Thank you. Greetings and love to each and every one of you. I think the biggest surprise tonight was to me. I didn't know I was going to talk until about 10 minutes before 8 this evening when I was told I was going to be the surprise. So I began thinking, what am I going to talk about? Talk about you or talk about me? And I realized, what's the difference? We are all in the very same boat called life. We're all doing, in my eyes, the exact same thing that I did. We are all looking for the summum bonum, the highest good, the ultimate place, the greatest happiness. And we're about it all the time, struggling for it, looking for it, wondering, where is it? Well, back in 1952, I claim I found the place. It's right where I am. It's right where you are. And all this looking for it everywhere, every day, year in and year out, is such a waste of time. Why? It's right where you are. We're all here in this classroom called Earth, trying to discover something, the ultimate. And we're all looking for it externally, where it isn't. If we will only turn our direction back upon ourselves, we will discover it's right here where I am, where you are, right in your very own beingness. I say, are you? You say, yes. I say, that's it. Do nothing else but that, and you'll be in the ultimate good and the ultimate state of happiness. But why don't you do it? You're so habituated into looking for it over there, over here, in him, in her, in this job, and it never is there. So we're all going through the same trip of trying to discover, what is this all about? Where is my happiness? And when we stop chasing after it out there and we turn inward, we discover that all these hard, negative, terrible feelings are only a feeling, and that it is possible to get rid of these feelings by releasing them. And all these feelings are subconscious programs, every bit of them put in as pro-survival. It's not only fear that they say is fight or flight, that is survival. All our feelings have been programmed in to automatically keep us surviving. They keep us all the time looking out there, trying to survive. Keep our mind active subconsciously 24 hours a day, so never for even one moment do we stop thinking and discover what we are. If you could just stop your thinking for one moment, you will go through the most tremendous experience there is. That you are the totality of this universe in your beingness. That when your mind goes quiet, you automatically see, I am the most terrific being there is in this universe. I am whole, complete, perfect. I always was, I am now, and I always will be. So what is it that keeps us from being in that most delectable state there is? Simply the accumulated programs called feelings. All these negative feelings have us constantly struggling to survive, have us constantly looking away from this tremendous thing that we are. And all we need to do is to quiet that mind, and we become self-obvious to ourselves of this tremendous loving being that we are. How do we do it? I say it's simple. The release method. It happens to be the fastest, the most effective way there is to achieve this high state of being, where we are in total control of our universe, where every moment is a wonderful, wonderful moment, where it is impossible to be unhappy. And I say that's our natural state when these negative feelings are released. Someday, you're going to do it. You're in the same boat. You're struggling. You're doing everything to achieve that happiness. But someday you'll get it, because you will never stop until you get there. But if you want to do it faster, try our way. I promise you'll be very pleasantly surprised. Everything you're looking for is right where you are. All you need to do is to take off the blinders. Your vision is very blurred. You're looking through all these subconscious programs. When you release them, your vision becomes clear. You discover you are the greatest. You're whole, complete. You're eternal. All your fear of dying disappears. And life is so comfortable after that. And there's no struggle whatsoever when you get these negative feelings up and out. So I urge you to take this method. It's a tool. In 1 week's time, there'll be a big change in you for the better. And from there on, you will continue to get better and better and better, lighter and lighter, happier and happier. And this thing called love is your basic nature. All the love there is in the universe is right in your basic nature. And you'll discover that happiness, your happiness, equates to your capacity to love. And conversely, all your misery equates to your need to be loved. Just love, 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 and you'll be so happy and healthy and prosperous. But again, you need to lift out these non-love feelings. So again, I urge you to try our way. I promise you'll be very satisfied. Try it, you'll like it. Thank you so much for coming.
Good morning. Talking about relationships, the sweetest kiss of all kisses is the kiss of freedom. And in order to get that kiss of freedom, you must understand the word kiss, K-I-S-S. Keep it simple, sweetheart. If you will latch onto, catch hold of, absorb, understand that simplicity is the way to understanding the ultimate, it will expedite your getting there tremendously. Keep it simple, sweetheart. It is so simple when you discover it. Only then you know it's the simplest of all simples. Thyself, thy inner beingness, your isness, your amness. Knowing which, you will know everything. Besides being in the highest, most delectable state there is. And everything you're seeking externally, unconsciously is looking for this ultimate state. And you'll never ever stop chasing it and banging yourself against the wall of the world until you discover it by stopping banging yourself against the world, going within and discovering exactly what it is that you are. But you must keep it simple to get to the simplest of all simples, your very own self. The way to that place is so simple. All you need to do is quiet the mind. It's your mind. You made it noisy, you can quiet it. Get that mind totally quiet, and that's it. Is that hard to understand? A quiet mind puts you in touch with the all-powerful, all-knowing being that you are. Quieting the mind does it. Is there anyone here who cannot understand that? Mind quiet, that's it. When your mind is quiet, you're self-obvious to yourself. And you are in touch with all the power in the universe as being within you. You are in touch with all the knowledge there is, which is within you. It comes right from your beingness, which you will not quiet your mind for one moment to see. If you would quiet your mind for just one moment, you would see this, and thereafter pursue only it. So to be smart, we need this KISS theory to keep it simple. You're drowning it out in overcomplications and running hither, thither, to everywhere where it isn't. And where is it? Right where you are. The reason why we're not going free, we're not reaching the ultimate, is we're not quieting the mind. And for hundreds and thousands of years they've been telling us what to do. They tell you quiet the mind. But they have not given us the how to, which is so simple. Now your mind is active 24 hours a day, on guard, in order that you survive. All those programs called apathy, grief, fear, lust, anger, and so forth, every one of them is a survival program. So you're constantly on guard, 24 hours a day, with hundreds of thoughts, which you have very foolishly relegated to the background, and you don't look at them and you say they're unconscious. taking no responsibility for them, even though you've piled them up back there. You lock them into a closet called the unconscious, disclaiming responsibility for it. Take responsibility for all this accumulated ag flap in your subconscious mind. Then you can start doing away with it. The mind will never ever give you the answer, and you're looking for it via the mind. The expression is you're trying to cross the river by grabbing hold of an alligator. It'll never take you across the river. You must start quieting that mind. And the thing that quiets the mind is no thoughts. And what motivates all thinking? Feelings. And all feelings, superficial, culminate into the heavier feelings that we call ag flap. The ag flap culminates into two, called approval, control, which culminate into one, called survival, security. When we rid ourselves of wanting approval or wanting control, we rid ourselves of all the ag flap and the hundreds of other feelings. They're out of the subconscious, and the mind is quiet. And then we are coming from our infinite beingness, working intuitively, which is simply saying we're coming from our omniscience. That's all intuition is. All this intellectual knowledge that we work through our mind is coming through ignorance. Ignorance of the fact that just behind the mind is omniscience. Ignorance of the fact that everything we do via the mind is limited and hurts. Every thought has a certain amount of limitation to it and covers over the unlimited being that we are. So we need a method that'll pull out the motivation of all thinking, which is called feelings, and that will quiet the mind. The mind will never quiet the mind because the mind is a mechanism of falsely looking for survival, security, approval, control. And as long as the mind is a mechanism for that, it will never, ever give you the right answer. It will forever keep you running after the wrong answers. And you get moments of pleasure and long periods of pain. But you must keep it simple. You are the ultimate being, omnipotent, omniscient, and omnipresent, acting with extreme limitation, held within the mind, pushed back into a closet called the unconscious and acting as though I didn't do it, and if it comes up, we don't like it, we try to push it back in the closet. The way is simple, and the way is easy. Let the feelings come up. Get them under approval or control, and let them out. Carry out the 6 steps of the method, and it'll take you months to empty out the totality of your garbage. After which, life becomes a mere effortless, beautiful, harmonious, almost dream. Everything comes to us with no effort by just merely placing a thought in our quiet mind it'll manifest. If not immediately, quickly. And you'll never ever stop struggling until you do that. So why not now? Why not in the next few months? Get smart. Remember the KISS theory. As we break it down into 3 parts, there's this infinite I that I am, all-knowing, all-powerful, everywhere present, right now, always was, always will be. And how much of it are you living? Isn't that silly? What it takes to get to know that is just the resolve that this is better than this. A body with sickness, with constant attention to keep it surviving, fighting a battle that's an absolutely no-win battle. Where are all these bodies going to be 100 years from now? How smart are we to spend all our time surviving this body when we know it's not going to survive? Intelligence should be defined as the ability to be happy. Psychology defines it as the ability to resolve problems. It should be the ability to be happy. The ability to be happiest. And were we intelligent, we would be the happiest. Everything we're fighting for, struggling for out there in this world is already ours. And we're running away from it, chasing after it where it isn't. I'm sure some of you have seen this. People have seen what I'm saying. Okay, why aren't you free? Why aren't you this unlimited being?
Some more things in the world.
Right. You want these stupid things in the world which you think are going to give you this. And again and again and again and again, every day, year in and year out, it doesn't give it to you. You never stop struggling for that which you are externally. You've got to make that U-turn. You've got to stop chasing it out there, make a U-turn, right back on you. And see you the way you really are. Whole, complete, omnipotent, omniscient, omnipresent. This is what you're struggling for in your every act out there. Call it happiness, security, whatever. You'll never ever stop until you get to fully identifying yourself as to what you really are. This is the changeless you. It's perfect. You cannot do a thing to it except look away from it, but you can't do a thing to it. So get intelligent. Get all the happiness there is in the universe. Get to the ultimate state. Get out of the struggle. And let yourself just be and be and be. So here we are, this infinite beingness. And we set up a mechanism called mind, which the world thinks is so complicated. They go through college courses and get doctorates, and they don't know what it is after so many years of study. And all it is a sum total collection of our thoughts and feelings. The mind is a very simple thing. It's the totality of all our thoughts and feelings. You know what a thought and a feeling is. That's what a mind is. And the majority of it we don't look at. It's unpleasant. So we call it unconscious. We set up this mind which sets up the body. The only place you can see your body or any other body is in your mind. It is nowhere else. And the proof of that is every time you go to sleep, out goes your body and every other body. When I say don't wake up, there's never any more bodies. But you are. If it were only possible to do that, that would be great. Go to sleep, dreamless sleep, and don't wake up. You would become aware of the fact that you are your beingness. But it's impossible to do it that way. We program this thing in. And like the astronaut in 2001, he went into the computer, and that's all our mind is a computer, and started pulling out the banks. And those banks are apathy, grief, fear, lust, anger. Those are all the programs. Pull them out. And you'll just be. Quiet that mind, and then you're aware of being in this state. And remember, the mind will never quiet the mind. That's why all the ways that have been tried for thousands of years don't work. They're all trying to do it within mind. And the mind is the enemy and will not do it. We must quiet that mind by quieting the motivation of the mind called feelings. Now, in all these feelings, relative to the highest love, are all non-love feelings. And that's why the world is in such a destructive direction. But they're active. As I started to say, all feelings relative to love are non-love feelings and are destructive. All ag flap is destructive. Remember, underneath the ag flap, everyone is a Christ. Everyone is all love. And the only thing covering up this all lovingness of ours is the ag flap. But you know what? You can transcend a hydrogen bomb. You can make yourself untouchable by a hydrogen bomb. How? The absolute conviction that a hydrogen bomb cannot touch me will do it. You're seeing some of these things coming out in the world and things like fire walking. We've had a few classes, I think, in Sedona here where a teacher's taken people over red-hot coals barefooted. People get themselves in a nice high state, absolutely convinced that they can do it, and they just calmly walk over the red-hot coals. Just a thought, that's all it is. Can anyone have a thought here? It's just a thought. But see, that goes for everything. You can withstand a hydrogen bomb the exact same way. You see, you can override momentarily the subconscious negativity. But you need to eliminate that negativity to have that ability for all time. whatever you think is. This is the funny thing that's going on all the time. There's nothing out there but your thought. Again, that's proven by going to sleep. All that out there disappears when you go to sleep. Where is it? It's in your mind. It's your mind that says there's a character up here, Lester, talking to you. Put your mind to sleep. I'm gone. Don't wake up. I'm gone forever. But you'll remain, like you do every morning when you come out of a deep sleep. You see how simple it is? Keep it simple. There's nothing out there but your thought. Everything happening is your thought. Most of what's happening is negative. Get rid of your thought. How? Get rid of your mental action by quieting. Quieting the mind to where there's no thoughts. Unless you choose to put a thought in. It's simple and it's easy. You just make that choice. When you want freedom, when you decide you want freedom, more than you want everything else you've got in life, and I mean everything else, relationships, wherewithal, when you want freedom more than you want those things, you get it quickly. Also, when you see that the only reason why you want that is to have that freedom, that'll help you make that decision. You're going after that ultimate state of security. The wrong way, externally. And the only way you'll ever get it is inward. And once you have that, nothing in this universe can touch it. What you don't see is you're experiencing exactly your mental picture. Your sum total thinkingness, which includes all the unconscious thinkingness, which is 95% of your thinkingness now. That's all you're experiencing is your sum total thinkingness, the conscious and the unconscious together. But you got to keep it simple to get to see this. And then work to undo that mind activity by ridding yourself of your feelings. And when you do that, you're in the highest state of love there is, which is the natural state.
I thought maybe a summary of what we've been through, where we're going, and what there is at the end might be a good idea for the last talk of this series. I really don't know how we started, at what point, but the way I like to look at it is that everyone is seeking happiness, full and complete, with no taint of sorrow. That happiness is our very own basic natural nature, which I call the self with a capital S. And because it's our basic natural nature, is the reason why everyone is seeking happiness. And in the end, we see that happiness with a capital H, God with a capital G, turns out to be the same thing. The mistake we all make is that we look for this happiness in people and in things. And it is not in people or things. The happiness or the pleasure that we feel is the eliminating of the pain of the desire for something. This desire is an original lack which we assumed.
being infinite beings, we never had any lack. We assume this lack, we create a desire for it. When the desire is fulfilled, our thoughts stop, and when our mind is still, our basic nature, the self, shines forth. The little things I've been saying and trying to accomplish have been trying to get you to see this yourself. Nothing should be accepted that I say nor that anyone else says until you can prove it out for yourself. The uniqueness of this science, which is a science, someday you'll see it's the science of all sciences, is that this is a subjective science. We have to seek it within. We can't put it out on the table in front of us and examine it. We can only examine it within our own mind, within our own being. Also, the intellect does not avail it to us. The intellect can get us in the right direction to find it, and the right direction is by stilling the mind and by experiencing this truth, this knowledge. So only by experience can we get to know this. It is good in our daily life to be not the doer, be not the agent, just be the witness. It is not I but the Father who worketh through me attitude, which several in this group already have, is the main conduct of life that we should strive for. The more we become the witness in life, the more we become non-attached to the body, the more we become our real self. So there's two things I'm suggesting. One is the quest, who am I? And the second is, in life itself, be not the doer, be the witness. Let things happen. Allow it to be. Because that's the way we are in the final top state. And the best behavior in life is that which is characteristic of the top state. There are many other things which I'm sure you're aware of humbleness and so forth, goodness, kindness, honesty. All these things help. But the greatest aid is be not the doer, be the witness. All right, now when the self of us presents itself to us, it's a tremendous experience. It's a very difficult one to contain. We feel as though we're going to burst because we recognize our omnipotence, omniscience, and omnipresence. But just seeing it once doesn't establish us in that state. However, once experiencing it, you'll never let go until you reestablish it. So you'll continue to try, and we should continue to try to get back into that state. The next time it'll last a bit longer. Third time, still longer. Until finally, we are in it 24 hours a day. When we attain this top state, we are not zombies, but we are all-knowing, everywhere present, everything falling perfectly into line without us. We move in the world just like anyone else moves, but the difference is we see the world entirely different from the way everyone else sees it. We see our body as our body, and we see every other body equally as our body. Every animal as we. Everything. Now that seeing everything as I gives us that singular oneness throughout the universe, which is called God or the Self. We see our own body moving through life almost like an automaton. We sort of let it go its way. And since we are not that body, nothing that happens to that body can affect us. Even if we're crushed, disintegrated, it wouldn't mean a thing to us, because we are fully knowing that we are not that body. We know our eternal beingness. So one who has attained the top state is difficult to distinguish from anyone else. He'll go through the same procedures of life, whatever he was doing before, he might continue to do. But his outlook on life is entirely different. He's completely egoless. He has no concern for his own body. He is interested more in others than he is in himself. He is interested in all humanity. Whatever he does has absolutely no ego motivation. His body will continue to live its normal span in the eyes of those who are not fully understanding, and usually goes out the same way most bodies go out, via so-called death and coffin. But the one who was originally connected with that body never sees any of this death. He sees this entire world as an illusion that was created mentally, just as we create scenes, cities, and worlds in our night dreams. And when we awaken, we realize there never was such a thing. In the same way, when we awaken from this waking state, we see that the whole thing was a dream and never really was. That the only thing that ever was the absolute reality, infinite, all-perfect, all-knowing, all-powerful, omnipresent. Any questions on this?
Do not be the doer. Don't you plan? Don't you do everything normally? Or sit back?
No, the right way is not to plan, because everything's perfect. Let it happen. You'll be guided intuitively, instead of planning up here. At the right moment, from moment to moment, you will do the exactly right thing. Perfectly.
There is a situation where somebody might take a position of that kind when he hasn't really felt it, and, for example, say, well, I'll just wait. I'll stay in bed until I'm moved. In the meantime, his rent isn't paid.
So, he'll have to move. If we assume that we are there, and we are not, we are soon awakened to the fact that we are not there. But, Bob, I'm putting out the top state now, the perfect state, where everything is in absolute harmony every moment. Then you never think, except this very moment. And at this very moment, you know from within just what is the right thing for you to do. So you're guided intuitively each and every moment, and everything falls perfectly into line. All right, now if you're not there, of course you have to think. You have to plan. But this is the goal to strive for, the one that I'm speaking about. This is the top state. You're there, you don't have to plan, you can instantly materialize a palace of gold.
Well, in practice, then it's probably in the beginning a combination of the two, where things go very easily, and then sometimes you have a hump in which you plan. You plan it out, and then other things. I suppose that would be the gradual development then.
Use that which is available to you now. If we are in a thinking realm, of course, we have to think. But strive for this top realm. And striving for it, we will sooner or later attain it.
Go ahead.
Would that be the difference between doing by thought or doing by knowing?
Definitely.
The difference.
Yes. In the top state, you do by knowing. You just know from moment to moment. It just feels like, I know it. That's just the way it feels. There's no thinking to it. I know it.
But I know from my own experience, I slip back and lay out a plan. But sometimes that plan comes very easily, quickly to me, and other times I have to struggle like the devil to work it out step by step, and I don't know what's going to happen. And other times I just lay out a plan and I know what's going to happen, but I still lay the plan out, but I know what's going to happen, and I just have no difficulty with it. This is what happens to me.
The word know, as you use it, is the key. You know how that word feels when you say, I know it. There's no doubt, not one iota of doubt there. And it happens. That's the key. That's the realm of knowingness. Make that all the time. Keep working for it until it comes. The quickness in which we attain this is determined by the intensity of the desire for it. The more we desire this top state, the sooner it comes. Everyone makes it eventually. I'm convinced the majority of people on Earth today will probably take 2 million years, even more. But any one of us who are consciously seeking the way out can do it this lifetime. The so-called grace of God is always there also. All those who have made the top grade before us, with their consciousness of perfection being radiated to us, we have tremendous grace being actually pushed our way all the time. However, they have no right to impose themselves. We have to open ourselves to it in order to receive it. We need this grace because of the state of affairs today. Man is relatively low. We are very strongly convinced that we are a limited body, and by long habit we are trying to hold on to it. So it's not easy to let go of this body. And because of that, we need the grace of the great ones who, in our eyes, have passed on, but in their eyes, they're still here. When we recognize that they're still here, we can see them and talk to them the way we talk to each other. Or if we accept them partially, we can talk to them in sort of a dream or a vision, or see them in the way in which they're transparent, you can see through them. But the way we meet with them is determined by our acceptance of them. If any one of us believed that we could go down to a restaurant here and have a cup of coffee with Jesus, the way you believe you could do it with me, if you had that much acceptance, then you could do it. Now, some of us know that he came into this room several times. He gave a sign proportionate to our degree of acceptance. If he were to suddenly appear in the room, it would be too much for most of us to accept. Therefore, he doesn't. But the way he comes to us is determined by our acceptance of him. He gave signs here. He gave signs to some people here, and I don't think they even recognized that he gave us signs. But all the signs were not, say, like me touching you on the shoulder if I came over and touched you. It wasn't that way. But that's only because you can't accept that that could happen with him. The point I'm trying to make now is that we should open ourselves to the help of the great masters. Jesus wants to see each and every one of us know our perfection. He can't force it upon us. But his hand is always extended. It's good to keep this in mind. Then we open ourselves more to the help.
How do we request and receive this help? We have to do something, you say.
We have to be accepting of Jesus as being alive, just as much as we are. Capable of meeting with you the way we meet with you. Then it can happen. We have to be open to the help. The help is always being sent to us.
Are there words to say, thoughts to carry?
Yes. But I can't give them to you. That's up to you. See, I give you the general principle, acceptance of him, the way he is. Don't expect him to be not Christly, because he won't be that. However, he can appear as a very humble human being in form, being omnipresent. At any moment he can appear to anyone and speak with them.
He will be as Christ. It won't be in disguise, will he? The beggar at the door, or...
No.
Oh, I don't think so. But...
The only disguise is the one that we put on him. He will never disguise himself. He wants to be recognized as Christ. And when I use the word Christ, I mean the principal Christ. That's not his name. His name is Jesus, the Christ. The man Jesus had the Christ consciousness. We have to accept him in his consciousness, which is extreme humility, simplicity, no Hollywood glamour.
You define humility?
Yes, the greatest humility is through surrender. Not I, but thou. It is not I, but the Father who worketh through me. Everything I do is God's work. I am not doing it. It's surrender of the ego being the sense of individuality. You've got to surrender yourself as an individual. And that's complete humility.
Surrender yourself as an individual. How about the other person? Does that matter? Saying, I think we mentioned once before, the other person we recognize as ourselves and we treat as though we're the same. But who is this other person and who am I? Why the humility when we have all power?
From where you stand now, the other person should not concern you. The only thing that should concern us is what we do It matters not what your attitude is toward me. You could hate me with every cell in your body. But it's of extreme importance what my attitude is toward you. Why you're hating me. I should love you fully and completely. Then you'll understand the answer to all questions. See, when you separate and then ask what's up here, it just doesn't fit. But when we love and only love, we are using the most formidable power in the universe. No one and no thing can harm us. We can never ever be hurt, unhappy, if we would only just love without any hate. You can never be hurt when you love. Now this is in the sense that the love is full, complete. It's divine love. It's just love with not one bit of hate in it. Turning the other cheek, giving the pants to match, loving your enemy. That's the kind of love it takes. And that's the way we all are, naturally, before we distorted this thing.
And love is understanding.
When you love, you understand the other one fully. It's understanding, it's identifying with the other one, being the other one. Coming down a step, it's wanting the other one to have what the other one wants, loving the other one the way the other one is.
And who is our enemy?
In reality, we have only one enemy, that's ourselves. No one can do anything to us. No one can do anything for us. Someday you'll see this, that we, in our consciousness, determine everything that happens to us.
That's our idea of ourselves that is ours.
Right.
Which is incorrect.
Which could be made better. Yes?
When you say understanding, do you mean understanding in a logical sense of understanding the things that need them, or do you mean understanding in an acceptance of them without question of the reasons they're doing things as good or bad, just acceptance of whatever they are in an entirety?
Yeah, it's acceptance in an entirety, but the real understanding requires knowledge of what the universe and the world is. When we see someone doing wrong, we have to know that this is a God being misguided. He's looking for God in the wrong place when he's doing wrong. Am I making sense?
Yes.
That's the understanding.
Which in his mind would be happiness.
He's looking for happiness the way he sees it. Even a Hitler, in his mind, is doing right. And therefore should not be hated, but should be loved, wanting him to be what his real basic nature is. Now this doesn't mean approving of his program, it doesn't. But whether we approve or not of his program, loving and hating are two different things than approving of a program. So we love everyone, see them as misguided beings. Forgive them for they know not what they do. They're like children, misguided. The number one program on the chart is
separateness. The very first program we put in is wanting to be separate from the one, from the oneness. The oneness is our beingness. It's omnipresent. Right now, your beingness is everywhere present. We start cutting ourselves off from it by saying, I'm going to be separate from it, and we put a circle around ourselves to encase our beingness into a thing called mind-body. Our beingness sets up a mind which imagines it's a body. So everything you do, and will keep on doing until you reach freedom, is to undo that feeling of separateness. On the chain of separateness comes mind, body, and everything to do with the body. Other bodies, mama, papa, children, husband, wife. It gets more and more involved as you move out from the top state of oneness of beingness. But this beingness that you are is always there. There's nothing more intimate than this infinite beingness that you are. When you say I, that's it. When you add on to it, that isn't it. That's what you need to let go of. If you just say I from here on, you'll be there. But the moment you add something onto it, I am this body, or I am this mind, or I and, that's not it. You're separating, you're imaging in your mind more than the oneness. And the more you image, the further away you are from that top state of just being. Because you're being the body, you're being the mind, you're being the husband, you're being the wife, you're being the child, you're being the friend. Then in being the body, you're being involved in everything to survive, keep that body surviving. But there's one thing you can't let go of. That's the word being. That's the part of you that has no limitation. That's the part of you that you're looking for in every last act you do. You're unhappy because you're not just being. Unhappiness is just moving away from beingness. So the more you try to be a body, the greater your unhappiness. There is no misery in life when we let go of identifying with the body and just to identify with our beingness. Are you? Sure you are. That's it. Period. Nothing else. That's it. You see the KISS theory? It's so simple. How do you get rid of all the obstaculations? Ag flap, that's all it is. These programs put into the banks of the mind keep operating until we release them. You get these programs out of the mind goes quiet, and your beingness is so loud you cannot help but be self-obvious to yourself as to what you are. Truth, reality, is that which never changes. And there's only one thing that never changes, the reality. the truth, our beingness. So we start from our beingness. We create a mind. The mind reflects all the parts. The mind creates all matter. And when you get involved in matter, everything matters. And you're just plagued by a bunch of nonsense. So we need to start going back up the chart, ridding ourselves of all these unconscious, deep programs, AgFlap and so forth. I'm back at the point that I started with when I first spoke to you. Identify where you are, where you're going, what it is that needs to be done to get there. Does an infinite being have to work for a living? Do the free ones have jobs? Let go of the importance of work. Of course, you've got to do that which you have to do. Otherwise, your program says, I will die. You need this carcass to plague you until you get back up to the top. The only purpose for being in this world is to discover our freedom. The only purpose to come here is to get rid of all the limitations. And where are the limitations? In the mind. I'm afraid I can't, I'm guilty, I don't deserve it, I'm angry, I'm apathy, The whole purpose of being here is to rid ourselves of all these mentations that are deeply programmed and are the accumulation of many, many millions of years, millions of lifetimes. And yet, when you're released at the bottom line, you can go free in a matter of months. Getting it constant gets you there. The momentum, like you're into now, you're able to release. As you release, you get high. From the high place, you can reach down deep and pull up the fear of dying. When you're free of that fear of dying, there'll be a much stronger agony, the feeling of separation. But because you've released so much, when you've let go of the fear of dying, you can handle it. And you throw out the feeling of separation. And you're there with a capital T. Now you must take responsibility to rid yourself of that which you have accumulated over the millions of years. If you don't take responsibility, you have programmed in those things and you're saying, I've got no responsibility, I have nothing to do with it, so it remains. It's so important for you to take responsibility. And when something bad happens, say, gee, look what I did. Cause it smash up. It takes an ability to do that. But if you take credit for the things you create that you don't like, it keeps you in the driver's seat. It keeps you in control. And as we know, control is not a bad word, not a bad thing. The want of it is. When we're free, we're in total control of the universe by mere effortless thought. When you're free, your mind is quiet. There are no thoughts there. So any thought you put in the mind is so concentrated, it happens like that. Your mind is plagued with probably tens of thousands of thoughts right now, all tied into the ag flap. So when your mind goes quiet, it's concentrated, and any mere thought happens immediately. It's such an effortless thought. That word effort is a good word to judge yourself by, check yourself by. To the degree you have no effort in life, to that degree you are free. You don't realize how ridiculous you look scratching for a living. Mm-hmm. It's such a... Well, I won't say, but you must get to the place where you master the world. Because if you're not winning, if you're not a winner, you have anti-programs. I can't be a winner. You must become a winner. You must achieve your goals so that you can bring up the anti-winning, the anti-goals, and rid yourself of them. The aversions to the world are stronger and far more subtle than the attachments. So, when you go to be a winner, when you go for goals, up come your aversions. And you need to become a winner. Just to get the garbage up and out.
What did you say that your aversions were stronger?
Your aversions are stronger and more subtle than your attachments. Your attachments are obvious. I want this, and I want that, and I want money, and I want beauty, and those are obvious. But the things you don't want, you don't look at. And that develops resistance, suppression, and resistance. So goals are very important on your way to becoming a winner. I hate to bother someone in bliss over there, Mr. Arona. Do you still run your goal charts? Are you in as good a position as you used to be when you're running them? What you're doing is you let up on releasing the blocks to being a winner. You've got to be a total winner in life. Think and have it happen. If I remember right, you wrote a goal for an important part in a Broadway show. Correct me if I'm wrong. And I saw you in a terrific part, really fighting your way through. What was the name of it? Knockout. And you were a knockout in it. I think during that time, didn't you write a goal to get an important part in a Hollywood movie? Didn't you get a part in Cruising? And during that time, didn't you write another goal, 6 figures, to make 6 figures?
Yeah.
And you got it?
Yeah.
And then your goal was to buy everything I wanted, sports car, home in the Hamptons, da-da-da-da-da-da, and you got it. Then what happened? I didn't need any goal charts. I got a cigar in my mouth. I'm a big shot. I'm not picking on you.
No.
That was the time when you could have really made a big forward spurt. And I invited, said, why don't you join us? You didn't want to. You were above the Sedona graduates at that time, remember? It was pride. But the important thing, you stopped making goals.
Stop staying focused, General. And what the other thing that I did was that when I stopped working, was I forgot how I did what it was that I did. And I put limitations on what I wanted, rather than accepting it from wherever it came. And I just kind of, I put limitations on it rather than left it open.
The word is I stopped. That's all. You stopped. You take the 6 steps. There's no stopping in the 6 steps. You said to me, oh, after I got it, I'm just releasing constantly. And you were as giddy as could be. Remember? You were into step 6. Nothing knocked you down. If it hit you, you just kept moving up. Had you stayed right there, you would have been totally free. In a month or so after you spoke to me that time. But you stopped. You wanted things of the world at that moment. You forgot it was your inner happiness that was so great, not the things of the world. Because when you got one, the Broadway show, that wasn't good enough. You got 2, the movie, that wasn't good enough. You got 3, 6 figures, that wasn't good enough. It's all right, keep on winning, but get to the place where you can think and have things happen. Try to transcend having to work for a living. That's for slaves. That's not for free people. I'm sure most of you have created things for the mere thoughts of them. Now, if you can do it for one thing, do it for everything. There comes in a yes, but. And that yes, but is a remaining ag flap. So use your goal charts. Get rid of the ag flap. And move into the state of just being your beingness. You move around. You might have a silly smile on your face, but you can learn how to wipe that off. You won't disappear. The only thing that changes is, I am me. That body is a creation of my mind. The mind is something I set up. I am whole, complete, eternal in my beingness. And the body becomes of little importance. Once you recognize you created it mentally, and that you have used it to help sink yourself down into limitations of the body. I guess what I'm saying is, don't get frightened over going free. All your programs were put in as pro-survival. Every bit of them is anti-survival. Feed that to that mind of yours. Every bit of every program which was put in as pro-survival is anti-survival. This ought to help you let go of the fear, I will die if I go free. You're there right now. But what stopped you is what I was talking about. Fear of losing what you have now. You never lose. You never give up anything as you get freer. You take on more and more and more. Correction, you lose your miserable toys, your miseries. But when you go free, you walk around in a body. You'll eat, you'll talk, and you don't have to die. You can keep the body going indefinitely. So let go of the fears. If I go free, I will die. I think this is probably the number one holdback for all of us. I will die if I go free. These feelings are going to keep me surviving. They are my protection. I'll get angry and I'll swing at them. Or I'll get courageous and wipe them out. Look into your feelings. Examine them. Identify exactly what they are. They are pro-survival, but actually, in effect, anti-survival. We all have that feeling, I will die if I go free. All you die to is the miseries. You take the great ones. Did Buddha disappear when he got free? I think he went back to being prince or king, did he not? Did Jesus die? Yeah, but he used it to prove immortality. He came back in 3 days. And he's still around. So is Buddha. Yogananda was a free one. Look what he did. Came over from India and set up a huge organization. Ran it all by himself. And when he left in 52, I met his disciples, I think it was 54. They were still totally bewildered, not knowing what to do, because Yogananda did everything in the organization. They were paralyzed for several years because he was doing everything. Now he was a free one. Look what he did. Got 3 gorgeous properties. Set them up. Got tens of thousands of followers. It's an interesting story on his body. I met his disciples. 2 different ones told me about it. He had sick feet. He couldn't stand on them. They hurt. And one day he had to give a talk at their headquarters out in the open. Probably 1,000 or a few thousand people there. They carried him into the car. He couldn't walk. When he got there, the people were there. And when they got ready to carry him out, he said, "Oh no, not in front of people." He got out of the car on his own, and he walked up to the platform. Marinolini is the name of the sister who told me about it. She said, she looked at him and she noticed his feet were not touching the ground because they hurt. He levitated up to the platform. No one knew it, except she and the disciples around him who had to carry him into the car. Now I tell you that to not try to judge a free one by what he's doing. You pick on, well, someone said I took some vitamins. Oh, wonderful. What's wrong with vitamins? I sleep. I eat. So what? The question is, do I have to? And the only reason why the great ones live like we do is because we can't comprehend them if they don't. They come down into our limitations, so they can't communicate with us. But like Yogananda, he had 6 feet and he had to walk. He didn't want to show it to the public, so he levitated. But I think the real reason why most of the masters are quite sick at times. Vivekananda all his life had a terrible body, excruciating pains. They do it as a reminder to them that they are not that body. Because they don't suffer the body, no matter how much it hurts. They'll laugh, the body's hurting. It doesn't bother them. They don't identify with it. They identify with their beingness. Beingness cannot hurt. You can do the same thing. But try to get rid of, I will die if I go free. That's what Michael went through, right, Michael? You lose everything. Everything's gone. It isn't. When you're free for the mere thought, you can have anything. Sometimes you could have 100 bodies and talk to 100 different people at the same time because there are no limitations. And if you read the autobiography of a yogi, several of the masters, after they died, came back. Yuktaswar was one of them. He spoke to 4 people, 10 o'clock the next morning, in a physical body at the same time. There are no limitations when we are free. I'm trying to propagandize you into letting go of fear of dying, of the fact that if I go free, I'm finished. It's just the opposite. You've got to watch that tricky mind of yours. It keeps you down in the dumps. You shouldn't have to work for a living. You're an infinite being. There are other worlds where people never curse in the work for a living. Nature supplies an overabundance of everything for the mere thought of it. In fact, as I said last time, there's nothing out there but the outpicturing of your mind. If you picture slavery, you're a slave. If you picture freedom, everything comes to you without effort. Stop wasting time on the body. It creates karma. And karma is a harmer. You can never rid yourself of karma because to every act there's an opposite and equal act. That's the first law in physics. But it applies to us. As you're trying to work out karma, you're creating karma for the future. It's impossible to work out karma. But what you can do is transcend it. See what you are, and there is no karma. More specifically, karma is programs. And basic programs are feelings, and the most basic program is a feeling of separation.
Now, why do we, who are more with this subject than others, why are we in a position where we don't have the joy all the time, with no sorrow. Why, after having been with this subject and following the great masters, why can't we get that thing we are looking for? What is wrong? Well, I believe if you look into it, you will discover that there's only one thing wrong. Only one thing. Our wanting this growth is not as strong as our wanting this world, as our wanting ego approval. Therefore, I try to be as practical as can be by presenting you with methods that you can use every day to grow by. There is no moment in life that cannot be used as an opportunity for growth. There is no moment in life that cannot be used as an opportunity for growth. Now, the only growth, and I'm underlining this word only, the only growth is letting go of ego. When the ego is zero, God is all. If we are not finding enough of God or enough of happiness, it's only because we are holding on to our ego desires. So I think at each meeting I'll present one particular method that we can use in everyday life to help us let go of our ego. I think today I would like to say this. As you see the world, so are you. Now I'm taking off on, as a man believeth in his heart, so is he, which is correct. But I say this is a much more advanced way of looking at it. As you see the world, so are you. Now, every day when we get up and open our eyes, we start looking at the world. We meet people. And as we see those people, so are we. It is impossible to see a fault in anyone else that we don't have in ourselves. If the fault is not in us, it's impossible to see it out there in anyone else. It's almost the same as, in order to understand Greek, you must know Greek. Anything we understand out there, we know within. So every time we see something out there that we do not like, a person who is doing something that we don't like, and it bothers us, it is only because that very same thing is in us. Now this is a powerful method of growth, because most of us unfortunately see things that are wrong in this world. When a master looks at the world, he sees nothing but perfection. We should try to get the same viewpoint. If we will hold on to just this one thing, there will be a tremendous growth. Every time you see something wrong in someone, look for it in yourself. And when you see it, let go of it. Keep letting go. And every time you let go of it, you're letting go of a bit of ego. The whole thing is very simple. Thou art that, here and now. Remove the covering of the ego. Let go of the ego. And when the ego is completely gone, the only thing left is the infinite self. Where the ego rises not, there is the self. So in everyday life, as we meet people, situations, every time we see something we don't like, we should turn within, see it within ourselves, let go of it. Now this will not clear us in one day or 1 week, because there's an awful lot to be cleared. We have developed through many lifetimes ego attachments and desires. And they don't go in 1 or 2 days. When we start letting go of the ego, it appears sometimes as though the ego is getting stronger and stronger and bigger. That's not true. It'll never get any bigger than it is right now. What happens is that as we let go of it, more of it presents itself to us. We are looking at it more, and it appears sometimes as though the ego is getting bigger. Actually, we're just facing up to more of it that was there all the time. Looking away from ego does not dissolve it. It just remains there until the time comes that we are forced to let go of it. So daily, right through the entire day, if we will just look at the world and realize that we are seeing it through our own eyes, through our own consciousness, through our own understanding, that what we see out there is nothing but ourselves, this can affect a rapid positive growth that will show results immediately. The first week you'll feel better. And as you keep doing this, you'll get lighter and lighter and lighter. Happiness will get more and more and more. Sorrow will get less and less. But the main warning I give you is don't expect it overnight. And if the ego appears to loom up larger, it's only because you're facing it, whereas before you were looking away from it. Nancy just asked, well, how do you do it? Well, you see someone out there who's trying to be the life of the party, the number one, and you don't like it. I'm taking a very obvious thing. If we don't like the other one trying to be the number one, it's only because we want to be the number one. All right, so what do? You have to go within and look for it and stay with it until you see it. If you will go within, meditate on it, quiet your mind, the answer will always come. You will see, why yes, I too want to be the number one. And I was resentful because the other one was trying to be the number one. And then when you see that you want to be the number one, say to yourself, this I must let go of, with a wish to let go. And just by the wish to let go, you are letting go of a bit of ego. There are no better lessons than those we get from our family. You'll find family the best means of growing. And the main reason for that is that we choose our parents, and we choose parents who have similar characteristics to our own. And so there's always a to and fro between parent and child because of this. Parents are telling the children what to do, and the children are fighting right back, up and back, all the time. Most of the time, a parent and child are together. There's a constant to and fro on the thing we're talking about. Because we have it in ourselves, we see it in our parent, or we see it in our child. and they see it in us, which causes quite a lot of friction. Now, there can be the opposite relationship, too. We can have an ego lift if our parent has the things that we like. If parent and child are together on something that they both agree on, then there's an elation, a support of the ego going on all the time. That's possible also. Now, ego, the same way it goes down on rebuff, goes up on praise. So we should look for it two ways. And remember, anything that can be lifted by words of praise can be as quickly dropped by the opposite words. And the state that we want to attain to is one of equanimity, where we are always happy, where our happiness does not depend upon things and people outside of ourselves. The real happiness with a capital H is our natural state and is independent of people and things. Anytime it's dependent upon anything outside of ourselves, it's an ego pleasure which must necessarily have an ego pain after it. And yet all joy that we feel in this world is only the feeling of the self, more or less. Even though we attribute it to someone or something outside, that feeling of joy that we feel is nothing but the self. And so I say all joy that we feel has its source in the self. And all misery that we feel has its source in the ego. And there's another way of letting go of ego. Every time we feel unhappy, look for the ego motivation. There's something we want and we're frustrated and we're unhappy. Seek the ego source, you see it, you automatically let go of it and you'll feel happy again. Another way of saying it is, there's nothing out there but our consciousness. Now, whatever we see wrong out there, the mote is in our eye. A master sees nothing but perfection in you, in everyone, and in everything. If he says otherwise, he's just talking for the benefit of the hearer in order to communicate. There is only the truth, the absolute, eternal, infinite, unlimited joy, omniscience, omnipresence, all glorious. That's all there is in truth. Anything other than that is the falsity, the appearance, the delusion, the maya. So what you ask is, well, isn't this maya true? So the only thing I can say is, no, it isn't. See the truth and you'll see that everything is absolutely perfect. Everyone is trying to return to the full self, to let go of their ego. Some of us make errors in that direction. By going further into an ego direction, we get more and more apparently in trouble. And it's an apparency. Until the apparency gets so difficult, we start looking in the other direction. If you want to know light, don't look at the darkness. If you want to know truth, good, don't see evil. Ego is the sense of separation from the all. Before we got ourselves into this apparent delusion, we were that infinite being that we are now seeking. through some quirk in beingness, we decided to play a game. Really a game of limitation. We decided to be just a little limited. Now, in order to be that way, we had to move away from the all. The all is unlimited. And so we drew a wide circle around us. We were nearly unlimited at that moment. And then we wanted to play with the feeling of becoming unlimited again. But when we started that direction, we fell into a trap. In the game of limitation, instead of going back to the unlimited, we went further and drew a less wide circle around ourselves and became more limited and tried to get out of that. We kept doing that, and the main divisions of it is, first, we were what is called a causal body. We created a body to be separate in. And in the causal body, it's the realm of ideation to us now, the realm of ideas. And in that causal body, the moment we had an idea, it was completely fulfilled. It's almost like hurting yourself and stopping and say, gee, that feels good. You create a little separation, and it feels good to go toward the all each time. So we first created the causal body, and the moment we had an idea, a thought, a wish, it was immediately fulfilled. Then we tried playing more limited through an astral body, which to those of us who are now in the physical is a heavenly life. In the astral body, whatever you think is immediately affected. We're not limited by time there. Then we moved from the astral into the physical, which is the slowest, the most dense realm possible to any being in the universe. This is the lowest state possible, the physical. There's only one possibility of going lower, and that's lower in the physical. But the physical state is the lowest state. This is the deadest state that's possible unto us. When you know this, you'll never fear death, because death feels like a wonderful freeing. It's a tremendous experience after you do it, not before. Because before we think we are nothing but this body, and when this body goes, we go. And even the pain in death is not nearly as much as the pain you suffer through life. You have migraine, headache, and diseases, and mental agonies with families, and heartbreaks and love. That's more severe than dying at death. Because dying at death generally is just a pain for a moment, and then this tremendous feeling of freedom. So we came down to this most limited and densest state called the physical. And now all of us are on the way back. And there's no question about that. We're in a period of the world that is relatively low in vibration, very difficult, very physical. And those of us who are on the path are definitely on the way out. Because if we can get the right direction in this morass of livingness as it is today, it's because we started on this a long time ago, and we're continuing it in spite of the world, so to speak. And we can go from the physical, we can graduate, get our wings, and fly off into the astral. And you can spend far more millenniums in the astral than you do here, because it's an easier way of life. And then we can graduate into the causal. But if you understand what the ego is, you can go all the way from the lowest realm that we are in now back to the highest by eliminating the ego sense. When we lose all of our ego sense, we are fully realized. We go all the way. We return to being the all. The opportunity to do this exists more in this realm than any other realm, because it is so difficult that the incentive is greatest in this realm. As life gets easier, the incentive to grow gets less. But when you think you are not going to eat and the whole world's going to collapse on you and so forth, and you have a sick body and all these troubles, you have a tremendous incentive to get out of that. And the incentive being so much stronger in this realm, it's possible to transcend all the realms and go right back to the one, or the all. So this sense of egoity is very basic and very important. It's the start of all trouble, and letting go of it is the elimination of all trouble. It's a sense of not being the all, of not being that God which we are. And if you're not the all, there's something missing and you're trying to get it. First $100, then 1,000, then 1,000,000, then 1,000,000,000, then the Earth, then the Moon, then the solar system, then the galaxy, until you wake up to the fact that everything you're trying to get, you are. And once you see that, there's nothing to be gotten anymore. You are it. It's really a joke when you see the overall picture of how people struggle to get tiny bits of what they are. So every time you see something wrong in the world, look upon it as a mirror, and that's all it is. It's reflecting to you your consciousness. And if you accept this, you can use it to undo your ego. There's nothing out there but our consciousness. If you ever want to know what your consciousness is, just take a check on what is around you and what you see and what you go through every day in life. That's your consciousness. This is the danger in reading newspapers, listening to the radio. The world in general has a very negative consciousness. If you go with it, it helps you in that direction. Now, if someone tells you that that's escape, that it's not. Anytime you acknowledge anything in the world, you're supporting it. If you acknowledge war and death and misery, you're supporting it. That's the mental thoughts you're sending out. You see, we all send out thoughts. Every time we have a thought, we think it's a secret little thing within ourselves. It goes out to the universe. So the masters support the world. They counterbalance all the apparent negativity by just sitting in a cave and sending out the good, whole thoughts, constructive thoughts, thoughts of oneness. So the only way we can give real help to the entire world is by helping ourselves. The more positive our consciousness is, the more we send that out to everyone.
Now, after releasing the brakes upon the mind, we accelerate because the self-imposed holds are let go of, and we see new horizons. The new horizons are vast and without limitation. So we step on the gas, and we want to move into this vastness, We step on the gas, we accelerate, we try to get there more quickly. As we enter it, we find ourselves expanding into it. We stretch out. We reach out in all directions, just like a tree does when its roots and branches grow out, taking in more of the air and more of the sun and more of the earth. We could liken the earth to the physical, the air to the mental, and the sun to the spiritual. The sun is the all-permeating rays that spread out and go over everything. The air is the intangible substance like that of mind, and the earth is the very physical, solid, material substance. The seed of the tree first begins to creep out with its roots slowly into the earth, taking what it can of the physical. Then it grows a stem. It moves upward, begins to partake of the air, the mental. As it continues its growth, it grows its branches and spreads out, taking in as much of the sunshine through its leaves as it possibly can, absorbing the spiritual substance. And so we seem to do likewise. We are first involved in a very physical world. Then we begin to think about it. We wonder, why is this physical world holding us back? Why can't we move faster and get more of the things we want? We sort of knock ourselves out in this physical world. And it causes us to think mentally, to look for the answers. And when we find out that we cannot get it in the physical, the mind directs us to the overall, the spiritual. Like the tree, we expand, we move out into, we absorb and make part of us the sun, the spiritual, the air, the mental, and the earth, the physical. We expand out into the universe of spirit, spreading our minds into the vastness of the universe, and taking more of the very best that earth has to offer. In the process of expansion, we begin to identify with and become this new vast universe that we are becoming aware of. We begin to see that it is an integral part of ourselves. Accident and coincidence melt away into the knowledge of cause, that this tremendous expanse with all the things in it is only something that was created by ourselves, that is, by our inner self. It loses its strangeness, and the more we look into it, the more it reveals its secrets, because it is only that which we at one time set up ourselves. I am using the word self now, meaning our inner self, the soul part of us, that some of us call God. Yes, it begins to all look familiar, as though we have known all this once before.
and we are stimulated to further and further expansion. We continue in this direction until, lo and behold, we suddenly realize that we are this infinite universe, that it is nothing but a reflection of our own thought, that our thought once created it out of basic substance called divine mind, and that just for fun and growth we decided to play a game of make-believe, making believe that we were not the creators, only so that we could have the fun of rediscovering that we are the creators. Also, and this is the most important part of the game, that we have the possibility of growth, that by the experience we can have it more strongly impressed upon us as to who and what we are, that we are unlimited, possessing all knowledge, all power, all places. Yes, we come out of this self-imposed game of the limited physical world with the very positive knowing that there are no bounds for us, that we are unlimited, that we are infinity itself. To the degree that we realize this, to that degree are we aware of it, and to that degree can we make use of it. So, the realizing of it is the making it real for us. And how do we get to realize it? By going within, by thinking on the questions of who am I? What am I? What is God? And what is my relationship to God? This thinking on it we have a name for. You have all heard it time and time again. We call it meditation. We sometimes say meditation is thinking on God. It might be more meaningful to some of us to say it is thinking on the whys and wherefores of life and the universe. So we see that meditation is the key to realizing the infinitude within us. If we say we have no time for meditation, we are only saying that we are limited beings and are going to remain so, that this living, which by its lack of knowingness is of necessity filled with constant struggle, problems, and troubles, is what we are going to maintain. We are satisfied with it, and we are going to hold on to it. It is so foolish, once we see it, to live in a narrow, confined, and stifling life when we can, and we are, able to expand it. Friends, this is all ours to have. It is ours by our very nature. The spiritual substance that we are made in and made out of offers all this to each and every one of us. All we need to do is to take it. How? By expanding our awareness to it, by releasing and letting go of the brakes that are holding us back, holding our attention on problems, on sickness, on poverty, and on restrictions of all kinds. And then, instead of keeping our minds on the things we do not want, and thinking on the things we do not want, we should think only on the things we do want. Yes, by just thinking on the things we do want, we can change our entire confused and limited life into one of beauty, health, and abundance. And then, by thinking of the greater things, the vastness of this universe, the universe itself will become ours to have, and to travel in, and to live in. Yes, friends, let us think what we want. Think what you want. And this is a far more powerful idea than you ever dreamed of. Simple, isn't it? Have you ever tried it? You will at first, without thought, say, "Of course, I think of the things I want." But I assure you that if you will honestly examine your daily thoughts, not only will you find many limiting ones, but also that you will have a thought reversing all the thoughts of unlimitedness. You will say to yourself, "I cannot be a millionaire. That's for the millionaires. I cannot have a top job. That's for the top executives. They have them." Friends, there are no limits to the number of top jobs, millionaires, and so forth. Supply is unlimited, and it is so for you, if you would but accept it in your thinking, if you would just have the radical reliance upon it, make it a conviction, make it a part of you, and you will find that everything you think of quickly becomes yours. I believe that the time has now come when we must expand our thinking and elevate ourselves into a higher and better way of life. Unfortunately, time is running out. There are so many of our brothers here on earth who will continue to think in terms of narrowness, of limitations, of concepts that do not allow us to be the real spiritual being that we are. That the thinking of the masses of our brothers is going to reap what they are thinking. This, of necessity, is the operation of the law that says, "A man is as he thinketh." A man gets what he thinks of. That man is the creator of his own destiny. Now, we have no right to interfere with these brothers of ours who think that way. But if they should ask us, by all means, we should certainly try to show them the light, to show them what we know, to show them the way out of man's difficulties and limitedness. But, however, remember that even though our brother will not look upward, will not expand, it is necessary for us to do so if we want to save ourselves the extreme difficulties of going through a destructive process only so that we may renew our bodies and get a fresh new start. The thinking of our brothers is very obvious. It is no secret. It is written in all our mediums of news and entertainment. Just take a look at the newspapers today. What makes news? Catastrophe, accidents, wars, mass troubles. What is the most common type of entertainment? tragedies, killings, troubles. The number of happy pictures are so few we can very easily count them if we so wish. But unfortunately they are by far too little. Now, these mass mediums of entertainment and news are constantly being impressed upon our minds every time we see, read, or hear of them. This is the future we are creating for ourselves, if this be our consciousness. It is so important, friends, not to be in the consciousness of man today. As I said, his future is being presented in our newspapers, over our radio, and on our TV. Do you want this? Is this the future you would like to have? If not, you must let go, release, and accelerate your pace. Accelerate your pace and begin expanding. Change your thinking. Practice thinking only on the things you really want. You must make an effort. You must begin. You must start making this a constant daily diet. You must think only of the things you really want. You must take your minds off the smallness of the earth concepts of living and turn them outward and upwards and expand them into this vast universe until the habit of your thinking becomes universal, that all your thoughts have the motivating basis of whether or not this is good from a universal standpoint. And so, to the degree that we make our thinking universal, to that degree do we become universal. To that degree does the vastness of unlimited supply, unlimited power, unlimited beingness become ours. It is not a thing of sink or swim. No, we must do much more than just swim. Swimming keeps us struggling in the dampness of the mud of things. We must rise above the level of the water. We must go out into this universe. We must absorb it. We must make it part of ourselves. Let us resolve to think from here on of only the things that we do want. Let us resolve to think of the things of greater vastness, of universal significance. Let us take the focus of our attention off our small selves. Let us put it out in the direction of the bigger self, the divine self that we really are. Let us release the brakes, accelerate our pace, and expand into this beautifully wondrous universe that is ours for the taking. I will close with a poem entitled Rise and Expand. Raise your level of consciousness as the mountains rise above the plain and the eagle soars above the storm, knowing no bondage to wind and rain. The rains must come to the narrow earth. The storms are a part of its life. But we can find within our souls the peace and beauty above the strife. Peace, friends.
Are aware of it or not, everyone is controlling matter all the time. whether one wants to be a demonstrator or not, he is. It is impossible to not be a creator all the time. Everyone is creating every day. We're not aware of it because we just don't look at it. Every thought, every single thought materializes in the physical world. It's impossible to have a thought that will not materialize, except that we reverse it. If we say the opposite right after we have a thought with equal strength, we just neutralize it. But any thought not reversed or neutralized will materialize in the future, if not immediately. So this thing of demonstration that we're all trying so hard to do, we're doing all the time. Unaware of the fact that we're doing it. All we need to do is to consciously direct it, and that we call demonstration. Everything that everyone has in life is a demonstration. It couldn't come into your experience had you not had a thought of it at some time prior. If you want to know what your sum total thinkingness is, it's exactly determined by what's around you, what you have. That's your demonstration. If you like it, you may hold it. If you don't, start changing your thinking. Concentrate it in the direction that you really want. Until those thoughts become predominant, and whatever those thoughts are will materialize in the world. And when you begin to demonstrate consciously small things, you may then realize that the only reason why they're small is because you don't dare to think big. That the exact same rule or principle applies to demonstrating a penny that applies to demonstrating $1 billion. The mind sets the size. Anyone who can demonstrate $1 can demonstrate $1 million. Businessmen. Become aware of the way you're demonstrating the $1 bill, and just put 6 zeros after it next time. Take on the consciousness of the million rather than the $1 bill. This relates to what I have been saying, that there's no difference between the spiritual and the material when you see it. The material being just a out-projecting of our minds into what we call the universe and the world and many bodies. And when we see that it's just an out-projecting of our mind, it's just a picture out there that we have created, we can very easily change it instantly. So to repeat, everyone is demonstrating, creating, every moment that he or she is thinking. You have no choice. You are a creator. So long as you have a mind and think. To get beyond creation, we must go beyond the mind. And just behind the mind is the realm of all-knowingness, where there's no need for creation. There's a higher state than creation. It's a state of isness, of beingness, sometimes called awareness, beingness, consciousness. That's just behind the mind. That's beyond creation. The mind finds it very difficult to imagine what it's like beyond creation, because the mind is involved primarily in creation, in creating. It's the creating instrument of the universe and everything that happens in the world, in the universe. So if you take this thing called mind, which is only a creator, and try to imagine what it is like beyond creation, it's impossible. The mind will never know God, because you have to go just above the mind to know God, to know the infinite being that we are, to know what it's like beyond creation. The final state is beyond creation. The ultimate state is the changeless state. In creation, everything is constantly changing. Therefore, in creation, the ultimate truth is not there. So, to demonstrate what one wants, one needs to become aware of the fact that all we need to do is to think only of the things we want. And that is all that we would get if we would do just that. Only think of the things you want, and that's what you'll be getting all the time. Because the mind is only creative. Nice and easy, isn't it? Also, take credit for all the things you create that you don't like. And just say, oh, look what I did. Because when you become aware that you've created things you don't like, you're still in a position of creator. And if you don't like it, all you have to do is turn it upside down and you'll like it.
On demonstration.
You don't have to know anything about God. You don't have to know anything about allness. But if you're capable of concentrating your thinking, you can perform miracles. And that's why natives are able to do miracles. Now when they run over these hot rocks without burning their feet, they have the conviction that they can do it. And they're totally concentrated on it. They work themselves up to it to make sure that they have it. All right. If these natives were just as convinced that they could produce gold they would be able to materialize gold. So I'm taking the highest way and I'm making it practical now. A concentrated thought will materialize anything. All right? Now I'll come down a step. The mental consciousness of a thing in its isness will also very quickly bring something into your experience. If I am having a Cadillac in my mind and I'm driving it, it's mine now. And I accept this thought. It is an absolute fact that this Cadillac will come into my experience. Because these are laws of nature. Natural laws of the mind. See, the mind's only creative. So everything created is created through the mind. Everything that's created that we like, we call good. Everything that's created what we don't like, we call bad. But there isn't a being who's not a creator, who isn't creating all the time. So what you are really asking is, how can I create more of materiality? When you're asking, how can I create $5,000? I say by using your process of creation that you have been using on a smaller scale, and just dare to think bigger, in larger amounts, that's all. Everyone creates. But they create with a conviction that they can only create a tiny amount, just make a living, or just make a half living, or just enough to survive by. And so it is. So the consciousness of anything you want, in the isness of it, in the acceptance of it, makes it so. Believe that you have already received it, is the way the Bible puts it. All right, now the ways that the other schools give are lower than the ways that I've been giving. You know, mentally picturing and repeating it, and they have a dozen steps to take and so forth and so on. But it's just a structuring out of what I said and weakening of it. Anything you want, hold it in your mind as though it's yours now. And if you do just right, it has to be. I say, if you do just that, don't get thoughts to the contrary. Any doubt, any thought to the contrary, just undoes it. So it's necessary to rid oneself of doubts. As I once said, if everyone had the absolute conviction that in order to make a living, they had to tap themselves on the head twice, every hour on the hour, it would be so. Every hour on the hour people would do this, and everyone would have a living.
Hey, that's easier than working for it.
It's your conviction. If you think you have to plan and act, you do. If you think you have to go to work every day, you do. So I'm trying not to go down as far as the other schools go, because the other schools are at a lower level. And We don't need that. Do we? Jerry brought up a point which is interesting. It's very seldom brought out. How do you demonstrate wisdom? How do you demonstrate wisdom, spirituality, understanding? Same way. Keep your mind on it only and say, I am that I am, and hold it. And just be what you are. But if you're smart, you'll first seek the kingdom of God. And then all the other things we talk about, things, will fall in. Demonstrating wisdom first is demonstrating the formula to everything. So as long as you're demonstrating, demonstrate that which will give you everything, wisdom. And the way you do it's the same way. You hold the consciousness of it. Today is the last Monday we'll have. I'm leaving October 1st for Arizona. So maybe a summary, an overall presentation of the subject might be in order. Unless someone has another idea. Alright, so I'll try to give a review, preview, conclusion. The thing that every one of us is looking for in this world is exactly the same thing. Every being, even the animals, are looking for it. And what is it that we're all looking for? Happiness with no sorrow. A continuous happiness with no taint whatsoever of sorrow. Alright, this being the goal, why is this the goal? The reason why this is the goal is because unlimited happiness is our very basic nature. This is the real natural state before we encumber it with limitations. Now, why is it that most of us don't have this continuous happiness with no sorrow? There's only one reason. Being this infinite being with infinite happiness, we do away with this joy, this happiness, by saying first, I am an individual. Then, I have a mind. Then, with this mind, which is nothing but thoughts, we start accumulating thoughts of limitation. I have a limited mind, body, with all sorts of troubles. In this manner, we take our unlimited beingness and we limit it to the extreme. Now, the only real purpose of being here on this earth is to learn or to remember our original natural state of no limitations. Once we are led to seeing that this is our natural state, then we proceed to let go of all the limitations. The prime number one limitation is I am an individual separate from the all. eliminate that and you eliminate all trouble, all limitation, all sickness, all poverty. Saying that on the opposite side is saying, let go and let God. It is not I, but the Father who worketh through me. We must let go of the ego sense and just allow our natural being just to be, and then everything falls perfectly into line. Now this is all very, very simple. If you want complexity, you'll never see simplicity. But this must first be accepted. Once this is accepted as the overall way, we do not find it easy to accomplish it. We don't find it easy because of past habits that have been established over thousands and thousands of years. And for some silly reason we like these past habits of trouble. And so we continue them. We do it in a manner that we refuse to look at. We call it unconscious behavior, unconscious or subconscious. And we go on and on and on repeating all this behavior of limitation automatically, calling it unconscious. Now the unconscious mind is only that part of the mind we refuse to look at. When our desire is strong enough, we will dig up this unconscious habit and begin to let go of it. There is no growing into the natural being that we are. That being is perfect, here and now. There is only letting go of concepts to the contrary that we have troubles, we have limitations. Anyone who says, I have trouble, is just in their mind. That's the only place where it is. Because you can't see anything anywhere else but in your mind. Whatever you look at, whatever you hear, whatever you sense, is through your mind. That's where everything is. Change your mind, and everything out there changes. Change your thinkingness, and you change the world for you. So the way, the path, is simple. The method of undoing it is not easy because of past habits. We need a very strong desire to begin to let go of these wrong habits from the past. Without the desire, there is no growth. This desire must be stronger than the desire to make this world real, rather than it's a fiction of our imagination. It really is a fiction when you see the truth. It turns out to be a dream that never was. But first you'll see it as a dream. Then you'll see that this dream never was. Exactly as happens in a night dream. While we're in the night dream, we have a body, there are other bodies, there's action, interaction, there's good and there's bad. And so long as we remain in that night dream, everything there is real to us. When we awaken from the night dream, we say, my gosh, it was just a dream, it never happened. And exactly the same way we awaken from this dream called the waking state, we see that it was only a fiction of our imagination, it was only a dream, and we let go of it, lock, stock, and barrel. Then we call ourselves fully realized. Actually, we are fully realized all the time. We are fully realized beings saying that we are not. So all we do is let go of we are not. What's left over is the fully realized being that we are. Are there any questions on what I've said so far? Everyone understands this, at least intellectually. All right, if you understand it intellectually and you are not able to use it, it's because you're not looking at yourself honestly, truthfully, with deep desire to see yourself. In the process of which you have set up as the unconscious mind all the things you don't want to look at. However, it's not necessary to dig into this unconscious mind. In fact, it's much better to try to quiet the mind. When we're able to get the mind totally quiet, what's left over is the infinite self. Every thought is a thing of limitation. Therefore, when we quiet the mind, this infinite being that we are becomes self-obvious to us. We see it. We recognize that we never were that mind, that body, and from that moment on, the mind and body has no influence upon us. It just goes its way. It just keeps floating through life in sort of a hazy dream that has no effect upon us. So the very best method of all methods is to quiet the mind, to seek the being that you are, to pose the question, who am I? The method of all methods is to quiet the mind, to seek the being that you are, to pose the question, who am I? And if other thoughts come in, ask, to whom are these thoughts? And the answer is to me. Well, who am I? And you're back on the track. Who am I is the final question that everyone answers. So why not begin with the final question? If you can, all good, all wonderful. But there are very few of us who are capable of using this method of just holding on to who am I and rejecting all other thoughts that come in. How many of you wait until you get high before you release? How many wait or go high to release? There's your problem. You're not doing it. What are you doing? You're wanting to feel good, so you wait until you get down, and then you release to feel good. And because you only want to feel good, that one release can make you feel good, and that's it, for the time being. Until you feel not good again, you'll release again to feel good again, thereby dragging out the whole process.
Now, if you would release for the purpose of wanting to go free, then it would take you months to clean out all the garbage. But you're not releasing to go free. You're releasing to get out of the misery. It's a drawn-out process that way. In the beginning, you have no choice. You're so bogged down in heaviness and misery, you need the incentive to get out of the hell to cause you to release. But now that you've moved up, that should be past history. The reason for releasing should be to go free. The highest feeling, the highest state you'll ever get is total freedom. Do you believe that? Okay, so why don't you go all out for the highest state and go free? Because you're holding on to the heavy state, which equals ego. Ego is the cause of all misery. Ego is the manner in which we separate from the all of the universe, from the oneness of the universe. Ego must go if you're going to identify with the oneness of you. Ego is a compilation of all the ag-flat. You start from being the all to putting a fence around you called I, Lester, I, your name. By setting up a mind, which is only the sum total of your thoughts, feelings, and expanding it outward more and more with more thoughts and more feelings, and the more you do that, the more you're moving away from I, my being, to I being Lester, with a mind that's almost unlimited. And therefore, we can move away from the oneness to the extreme, and this is what we have done. But the reason why you're not going free quickly is you're releasing the feel-good. And that causes you to stop when that goal is accomplished. Whereas if you were releasing to go free, you wouldn't stop. You would bless every opportunity that would come your way to gain an additional piece of freedom. Every down would be a wonderful opportunity to you. Every down is a marvelous opportunity to release and go up. You're not falling into the later steps of the 6 steps because you're missing the number one thing, wanting to go free, and replacing it with wanting to satisfy the ego, the I personality sense, chasing after the high state externally in the world, where for each ounce of pleasure you take, you get pounds and pounds and pounded with pain. This is so obvious if you just look at it. the things that you thought were most pleasurable in life have given you the agonies, the greatest agonies. Basically the opposite sex. As you move up, your sex desires should be released. And you reach a place where there is no sex. There is no male-female. You look at souls without a tag, male or female. But every desire is an extreme bondage. Every desire is saying, I lack that. The all lacks nothing. The all is everything. The oneness includes every last atom. And so you've pulled yourself away into a little personality and are trying to keep that personality surviving, and that's more important to you than taking this tremendous high state, which is yours by nature, which is inherent, which you cannot change, but you can look away from it and assume this little ego, body-mind. You're not looking to go free, and that's why a whole gang of you are not all the way by now. You're looking to satisfy this body-mind, thinking therein lies your welfare. And every day it's proven to you that your welfare does not lie there. You never win. For each ounce of happiness you take via the body-mind, you get hit with so much pain. Every thought has a certain amount of pain to it. Why? It pulls your attention away from your beingness. When your mind is quiet, you're in the most wonderful place there is. But every time you thought into it, it's a disturbance of the inherent natural total peace, equanimity, tranquility. That is natural. But again, the reason why you're not establishing that tremendous state is you're looking for it where it isn't. You don't want freedom. You want that terrible game of playing ego and having moments of pleasure with long periods of pain. So I'm suggesting that you wake up to this fact. Release when you're high. That ought to be put down in your notes with big caps. Release when high. Go high to release. Everyone has exactly what he or she wants in the sum total of our wanting. Mine's only creative. When you want freedom, you're going to get it quickly. And I say months. Because it'll be your number one priority. And regardless of what's going on in your life, you'll keep releasing. All that suppressed energy is trying to push up and out. And you're trying to hold it down. Stop holding it down and every bit of it would leak out. It would push right out. Holding it down is holding on to the ego programs. You've got to recognize that first you want to be a limited ego. Then you've got to accept that that isn't it. Just by looking at your life. It's been miserable for millions of years. We all think we're so smart, and boy are we dumb. For an infinite being to live in the extreme limitations that we do. How smart is that? But that smartness that we feel and think we are is subconsciously knowing our beingness. And the dumbness is forgetting that. That it is our beingness that is omniscient and smart. So we must get to the place where we identify all the time with our beingness. And when you do that, you see the mind-body world as an out-projection of your mind that you set up. And so what will be your attitude. And good and bad are exactly alike in that projected movie. It's a projection. That's the thing you got to get to know. What's the difference whether it's black or white, good or bad, hot or cold? It is a projection out there, an imagination, an imaging in my mind, a thing that I set up. I am not that, I am my beingness. When you identify with your beingness, the mind matters not, because you know it for what it is. When you identify with your beingness, the mind and all its garbage matters not, because you know the mind for what it is. The sense of ego contains all likes, dislikes, all thoughts. You must get your attention off it and put it on your beingness, which is there all the time. Is there any time when you are not? No. This infinite beingness that you are is there all the time. Identify with it. Hold, my mind is not it. My body is not it. My mind and body are out projections from it. Identify with your beingness. Release when you're high. The higher we are, the closer we are to our beingness. Highness, quietness equate. When you go high, you got the energy up here. Here you have the least energy. In apathy, you've thrown in the towel. Up here, you've got the highest energy. So move up into this area and then dig for the fear of dying. Down here, you're drowning in it and you cannot let go. Up here you can confront the fear of dying. And when you get that out, mostly, you can clean out the remaining relatively easily. Aim to go up here to release from. If I would have said these things to you some time ago, it would have been meaningless, because you're so drowning in your ag flap, you just can't see straight. The only thing you see is the ag flap. But every one of us has moved up into this area, knows what it's like, can put ourselves there, and then dig down deep and confront the fear of dying, the insecurity, the fear of living. And by so doing, you'll get rid of all fear. Fear is not natural. What does an eternal being have to fear? About dying especially. So from here on, make it a point to get up here, feel high, and then dig for the fear of dying and release it. Your point of focus shifts from body-mind just onto beingness only. You stop thinking about whether this chemical or that chemical is going to do this or that to me. You don't think, am I going to get approval or control? No matter what anyone says to us, it does not hurt us, because we are infinite beingness. How can what someone says interfere with that? They cannot. And so you move toward the imperturbable state. And I know of no better yardstick of checking where you are at now by the degree to which you can be bothered. Move to that place where no one and nothing can bother you anymore. And remember, the ego is the mind-body. And the mind has to be quieted, and then you identify only with your beingness, and that's the ultimate state. And that's what I wanted to say to you today. Get out of the pits, go up here, complete the job. It only takes months or less. If step one is in there, wanting freedom more than you want the ego nonsense, the other steps fall into line. And you get down to step 6 where it's a delight all the time. Because you just go higher and higher and higher and higher until you can't go higher anymore. There's no place to go. You're all over the universe. You're infinite. And that's simply all the time identifying with your beingness. I amness. Then you'll see the whole truth that there is. There's nothing but I, my beingness. Everything else was an imagination, an illusion. So I say, go for it. Keep it in mind. Go high and release. Of course, if you're down, release to go high so you can release more deeply. Don't stay there. Move on from there to higher. You're right. Most of us have been using it to escape the misery. I'm saying don't stop. Go higher until you can't. There's nowhere to go anymore. You're all over the universe. Use the highness to release. You have been using releasing to feel good. That's it. And you stop. You're ridding yourself of millions of years of accumulation. But it can be done in months. How do I know? I did it back in 52. Not knowing what you know. Had I known the method, instead of taking 3 months, I really believe it would have taken 1 month. Because the first month I just released on approval, love. And then I was spending the second month releasing on wanting control, change. And then the last month, these are approximate zones, I saw the fear of dying. And I worked on that. So I was really going one at a time. Approval, control, security. The aversions to the world are difficult to see. Your attachments are obvious, and you're chasing them all the time. But the aversions you push out of the way. So when you go for a goal, up come the antis, oh, I'm afraid I can't, and all that stuff. So it's a gimmick for getting up the aversions to the world, getting them up into sight so you can let them go. If you don't get a thing into consciousness, you cannot see it or handle it. So achieving in the world is a way of getting up the negative. The only reason why the world doesn't serve you with affluence and abundance of everything is you have thoughts to the contrary, and they're suppressed. Moving to get things in the world, the contrary feelings come up, and you release them. Because if you cannot be successful, you're holding on to programs that hold you down, and you don't see them. That which you don't like, don't want to see, don't want to be, you want to avert it. That which you want to avert. And the opposite side is attachment. That which you want to hold on to. Those are two big words, attachments and aversions. They keep us bound. If you are the all, how can you have an attachment or an aversion? There's nothing apart from you. And you end up with the feeling the universe is mine. From infinity to infinity, the universe is mine. And it is. Ha ha.
I don't know what to say.
This is Valentine's Day, February the 14th, 1970.
What I feel like saying is, what would you people like? What would you want? What are your objects, your goals? What would you like to achieve?
You know that. You know what we'd like to achieve. And that's what
But do you know what you would like to achieve?
I do.
Well, tell us. I know what Bob would like to achieve. He tells us all the time. Well, if you don't tell me, I'll tell you then. What we all want is the ultimate happiness. We've all been given the way to it, but why don't we have it? That's the big question as I see it. Why aren't we all in this room fully realized beings? Why don't we instantaneously get anything and everything we want. Why don't we transcend death?
Because we don't believe we can do it.
Yeah.
Well, Lester, you say it's so easy. Now, I think I know the end product and what we want. And you told us how, but I don't find it for myself that simple.
No, it is simple. What you do is complicated. You say, I don't find it simple. If you find it, it's simple, see?
Mm-hmm.
What you're saying is, I don't find it, really.
So apparently I'm not working, well, I know I'm not giving as much time as I should.
Well, how much time every day do you give to it?
That's it, I don't. I go in spurts, and then I get discouraged because trying to harness my mind. I still haven't mastered that, harnessing my mind.
Are you giving me your answer now? See, you just gave it to me. It's simple. But what you're doing is very complicated and very difficult. You want the dream illusion of the world because you spend all your time working at it. If you wanted bananas, you wouldn't work at eating apples. It's as simple as all that. When we want something, we work for it. We work at it, don't we?
I'm not working hard enough at it.
Well, what percentage of the time do you give to it? Maybe 1%. If you're giving 99% of your time to X and 1% to Y, you're going to achieve X. If you give most of your time to it, that's what you'll have.
But you also said we could do it like that.
Right. It's simple. It's easy. It really is easy. When you do it, you'll see it's the easiest thing you've ever done.
But
It's
does
just...
that take 99% of your time too?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
If you put 99% of your time in that direction, you'd get it. Then you'd discover the difficulty would be just as difficult as it is for you now to start searching for what sex you are. How much time would it take you to discover that you're a female?
Well, I know that.
How much time would it take you if you just dropped the knowledge and started looking for it? It takes no time, right? That's how much time it takes to discover your real being. It doesn't take any time. But you gotta look for it, you gotta dig for it, you gotta do those things that will take you away from the opposite. Let's take one word and work on it. The top state, I'll give you a good one. The top state is total selflessness. How much are we selfless? If we're at the top, we're totally selfless. All right, now you can take a gradient scale on it. Selfishness is the bottom, and selflessness is at the top. Where are we on this scale of selflessness? Whom do we live for? What do we live for? Are any of us totally selfless here? You want to have everything just for the mere thought of it? Just be totally selfless. you don't believe it. You believe the opposite direction is the way, and you get caught up in a thing called difficulties.
Well, selflessness is a pretty big word, Lester. We come into this world basically so selfish that we would have to be selfless before we can know
No.
what it is.
You'll be selfless the moment you decide to be selfless. I'll give you an easier word. The top state is desirelessness. Have you undone all your desires? Do you work every day undoing desires? Anyone who's desireless can instantaneously materialize anything he wants. If you believe that, wouldn't you do it?
Well, if you were desirelessness, then you wouldn't want anything anyway, so it wouldn't make any difference whether you could or couldn't do it.
Not necessarily. Did you ever eat when you weren't hungry?
Mm-hmm. Most of the time.
You ate without desire, so that's eating without desire. Has anyone ever tried to become desireless?
I'm on the scale somewhere.
Have you ever made a point of it to keep letting go of desire more and more and more until there is no more?
Sure.
That makes for very rapid growth. And if you're working on letting go of desire, you have to also let go of aversion, which is the same thing.
Tendencies, aversion.
Yeah, attachments and aversions. You know, if you have a desire and attachment, you want to hold it in here. If you have an aversion, you want to hold it out there away from you. So attachments and aversions are the same thing, but the direction is different. When you want to have it, you pull it into you. When you don't want it, you want to keep it away from you. Why don't we work on some of these things like desirelessness? You can have anything and everything you want just for the mere thought of it by becoming desireless. And you've heard me say that when you're desireless, then you can enjoy by far more than you could when you had desire. You don't believe me. You've never tried it. Or you tried it for a certain amount and then let go of it. Forgot about it. But these things are simple, Francis. Become desireless, and the mere thought of anything, you can have it instantaneously.
Well, I think we've all experienced an increase in thought projection and things happening, be it a parking place or, whatever. And so evidently, all we have to do is set our sights a little higher and bring this into being too.
Yeah, why do you stop? Why don't you go all the way?
I don't know. There must be a missing link somewhere. Maybe the master hasn't shown us yet.
You're the master and you haven't shown yourself yet. You don't think it's so. You don't think it can be so.
No, I know that all things can be so. I mean, as a man thinketh, I guess you would say.
Intellectually, theoretically, you accept it so. If you really thought that, you would never let go until you became desireless, and then you would instantaneously materialize anything and everything you need.
why would you do it the hard way, the way you do it now? Why work for a living? Why punch a time clock? Why have difficulties in life?
Time clock a long time.
In a way you do. You have to go to work. Right?
Yeah, I probably have about the freest situation of a lot of people.
But it isn't free.
Almost as free as you.
Freest is not free. No, freedom is really...
No,
freedom is really not in what you're
all
doing.
of our income is basically one of concept of the way we, what we feel we can have or whatever it is. Then it should be able to be sustained without this effort.
Yeah, life in most of the universe is lived the way I'm speaking about.
Robins still go out and scratch for the worm, no? They just...
He's like we are.
No.
Only not nearly so bound. He's far freer. He never worries about making a living. But he's in the physical realm too. He's in the slowest, densest realm there is.
And the hardest one, hand to mouth.
But I'm making a point here of why don't we go all the way and have things happen instantaneously, have a constant state of joy with never any sorrow? Why don't we do this?
Well, in my case, I've got a family that's, I can go so far myself, and I'm not going to go to the point of leaving my family and pursuing this life solitarily on my own.
No one ever said you had to. In our company, did they?
No. But you ask why, and I'm sure that...
So you assume that in order to do it, I have to leave my family. That's not true. You can do it right where you are.
Well, I was thinking of these aversions and so on.
Yeah, I'm trying to bring these points out because if you see them, the chances are you'll let go of these obstacles that you're setting up for yourself. You'll do it someday. You're trying to do it. In your every act, you're always trying to get things done more easily, better, more of it, and so forth. But you've got to see you're not wanting it before you'll let go of your not wanting it. This is the point I'm trying to make. If we did not want it, it would very quickly be. But we're holding on to not wanting it all the time. That's why we're not getting it. Does that make sense? We're holding on to the not wanting of it, of this perfect way of living.
By seeing obstacles,
seeing limitation.
By seeing that we are limited and therefore cannot have things instantaneously. Even a little worm, they cut it in half. What is it, a glowworm? Cut it in half and it grows the part of the body that you cut away from it. See, now we all have to learn how to do that before we gain our immortality. We have to learn to be free from this body before we are not compelled to come back in a body through the womb, through 9 months incubation, and then starting off as a totally helpless infant. There's a prime example of probably the grossest stupidity in this universe. For an infant who is basically unlimited to be that incapacitated, how silly can we get? But we do it again and again and again. And if you remember back to your first days of life, you'll find it extremely uncomfortable.
As a baby, you mean?
Oh, yeah. You can't get up. You're totally unfree.
Bound completely.
And we've all done it this lifetime. We've made ourselves totally incapable of doing almost anything except when food's put in our mouth, we take it. So what I'm saying is face these things, confront these things, and maybe you'll let go of them and go all the way, and you'll do it very quickly. Because you're unlimited right now. You're assuming all these limitations. You see, I guess the thing I'm trying to get into you is the desire to go all the way. Because our growth is directly proportional to our desire for it. If we desired to be unlimited as much as we desire to be limited in the world, we'd get it very quickly. Your desire to be in the world is very intense. I don't know what I brought out in this group, but I've said if you want to find out how attached you are to this body, how would you feel about throwing it in front of a automobile? Then you'll discover how much you think you are this body. But you got to confront these things. You got to look at them. If you hold these things and you don't look at it, you'll never see it. I'm trying to help you pry loose these bondages and limitations that are so extreme. As much as you've heard the entire way, and my gosh, you've heard it 1,000 times, you persist in being a very limited physical body. Only because you don't confront this fact that you consider yourself a limited physical body. So if I can get you to see this, if I can get you to go to work and dig it out, when you don't see it, it's subconscious. Dig it out of your subconscious, look at it, you'll let it go, you'll remove the obstacle, or the obstacles to going all the way. Unfortunately, most of us use adversity to prod us to move forward. You're going to have it soon. Well, maybe it'll be a godsend. Maybe we'll do it then.
What's coming soon?
What you see out there in the world just gets more and more and more so. Look backwards, you'll see it's been, since the last war, life is getting more difficult, more tense, more miserable.
More complicated.
The world never had so much as it has now. We've got everything in this country. And we were never so unhappy, right? We get less happy as the years go by. This will keep on going until we rip ourselves apart. I'm taking the world as a unit right now. In this process, you might be able to use it to force yourself to confront yourself, to see that you're trying to hold on to this precious, awful body, which is the extremest limitation you've ever assumed. And I guess that's the reason why we arrange these things that are about to come about. I guess it takes a head-on collision to wake us up. but when it comes, you can use it. However, what I'm suggesting is do it now, and when a collision comes, you'll laugh. And you'll laugh all the time. When you let go of the bondages, you can't be unhappy. You can only be extremely happy all the time. The only thing that causes unhappiness is a limitation. So dig out these reasons, pull them out of the subconscious and confront that I want to be this body, I think I'm this body, and this body is great. And then when you confront it, then you're able to do something about it. Until then, you're on automatic, and you can't change the automatic pilot. You can use some of the suggestions I mentioned before. Become desireless. Work at it until you achieve it. You achieve that and you'll discover that you're totally free. But again, basically, the reason why we don't make it is because we hold on to these limitations, to these bondages, to this body as being me. The only difference before and after is when you look through your body after, you no more see yourself as one body. You'll see yourself as every body, every atom. And you go a step beyond that, you'll see that you're not any bodies. You were never limited, that you never moved, that you were always omnipresent. How can you move? That the play of bodies was just an imagination, an illusion. And after that, you move in the world, but you don't get caught up in thinking you're a body. You know the substance of the world as being just a dream. And then you'll see the Vietnam War just as much a war as the moving pictures of wars are. The stories that they make up, they have them on the TV every day. They have war stories. Those war stories on TV are exactly as real as the Vietnam War is real. And the Vietnam War will bother you as much as a moving picture of a war would bother you. This is the before and after picture I'm trying to give you. You'll let your body run its course. I'm trying to give you a little bait by saying, don't worry, you're not going to lose the body anyhow after your realization. It'll go exactly as long as you predetermined it to go. It'll go through exactly the same things it would have gone through had you not gotten realization. What your body's going to go through, it will go through anyway. So that should never be a deterrent in getting realization. When you know that, it isn't.
We don't need any busy little activity of, so to speak, little do-gooders, Sunday school class or whatever. This is really a diversion.
Right, that's a bondage. Good and bad you have to see as being equally in the illusion. It's a dream. If you do good, you have a good dream. If you do bad, you have a bad dream.
It's 50% of each.
Speaking of dreams.
Now you can't have one without the other. If there's good, there must be bad. If there's bad, there must be good.
I mean, if the mind equates that.
No, one goes with the other. It's like attachment and aversion. It's just the other side of the coin.
Just one coin.
Attachment is holding on to, I say, something this way. Aversion is holding it that way. Good is parts of the dream illusion I like. Bad is the part of the dream illusion I don't like. But they're both one and the same thing. They both have to. You can't have good without bad. All words are necessarily relative. One relates to the other. If everything was all good all the time, there'd be no such thing as goodness. You couldn't understand it. You have to have badness to know what goodness is. You've got to have
this world to do that.
You got to have a bad steak in order to appreciate a good steak. If you're born into good steaks and had good steaks all your life, you wouldn't know what a good steak is. There wouldn't be any such a thing as a good steak. You got to have bad steaks to know what a good steak is.
Long time since I've had a bad steak.
But you see what goodness is now, don't you, Harry?
Yes. Now, if I would have said this, you'd say, well, now there really is none, because, it's just the way you would think of it. And I prefer to, I think I've pretty well been able to see through this thing of good and bad, and positive, the polarities. And
if you're having a dream,
let go and let be, really.
Right. All right, now what is the part of you that is this ultimate state? If you're always that, you're that right now, right? What part of you is unlimited?
My being.
Right, that's it. Hold it. That's it. My being. Your beingness is the unlimited part of you. Now the limited part is trying to be something. All form is necessarily limited. Trying to be a form, a body, causes us to be limited bodies. So if you're choosing to be, don't choose to be a body, choose to be all bodies. Then choose to be every atom. And then you're a hairline away from seeing that your real state is only beingness.
I know I know the realization, let's say.
Yeah, but why doesn't everybody become unlimited? For the mere thinking, you can have anything.
You see, that seems very contradictory when you say that.
Why?
You're saying be desireless and so on, and then you turn around and you say, if you are desireless, you can have everything. It seems like you're baiting us to get out there to have everything, and really, you want us to have nothing.
No, I want you to have the all. I want you to be the all. See?
This thing it evaporates. It's like a mirage.
No, you're evaporating.
You think you're going to have everything, but when you achieve this state, you have everything, and you don't want anything.
These are your words, not mine.
I'm not working for that anyway.
You become the all. You become every atom, as I said before.
But it isn't. You can't. We're sitting
right
here,
now.
We're sitting here taking worldly values, in other words, of having things, and that is, say, just sitting here, we would do this, equating having everything, with,
yeah, I'm talking about it.
And so on.
You've got one body now. You can have an infinite number of bodies. I'm talking in what you call a worldly sense. By becoming more and more and more, you become less and less limited. And then when you see that you are every atom in the universe, then it's just a tiny step to the ultimate. So I'm suggesting you take on more. Be a millionaire, be a billionaire, be a trillionaire, and go on and delimit yourself.
We just got done saying that the world, the United States today, is more affluent and prosperous than it ever has been, and yet the greatest unhappiness. So this really isn't the way to go, is
Well, it's not what you have, it's your attachment or non-attachment to it that determines your happiness. People have things, and because of attachment, they're miserable. We were far happier in the 20s as a country than we are today. Even in the 30s, we were happier. And you can check this out by the songs that we had in the 30s. So it's not whether you have or whether you don't have. It's your attachment or non-attachment to what you have or don't have that determines your happiness. But it's true, I'm trying to bait you into taking the all. To take it with ease, to take it without struggle, to take it by merely thinking of it. If you wonder why I don't do it, it's because of you people. It would be an affront to you if I lived that way in front of your eyes. I had it when I was living alone up in Sedona. I had it, and people started coming in. And I had to keep letting go of it, letting go of it, letting go of it, until this past year I've let go of the major part of it. I'm just almost as human as anyone else now, the way I live. Got involved in business, got involved in everything. So it's not to affront you people. If you saw me doing things instantaneously, you'd resent it. Well, you think you wouldn't, doesn't change it. I know you would. I've been through it. The only people who can accept these things are those who themselves do it. Those who don't do it resent the other one doing it. Subconsciously, if not consciously. Can I bait you any more? But this is true, everything I say.
Well, what are you saying? What do you want us to do?
Go all the way.
In the world? Be a millionaire?
To full realization, no. That's the bait part.
That's the carrot part.
Play the game of getting things without money.
Well, that's
of having anything and everything you want. Take all you want. Take the best. And then move on.
Relatively speaking, from Ohio, things are, just about like you're saying.
Yeah, you started this process, Harry. I know you're living far better, with much more happiness than when I first met you. You've used it. But now I'm saying, go all the way. You'll still be here. You can still do the exact same things you're doing. The only difference will be you'll be totally free. You'll have a joy and peace that's imperturbable. You will have accomplished what you're trying to accomplish through what you're doing now and not accomplishing. And the thing is called mainly happiness.
Lester, in other words, if I could get desireless, in other words, my hang-up is meditation. I can't quiet my mind to meditate.
That's not your hang-up. The hang-up is you got desire. That's a better one. Get rid of desires and you'll be there.
You don't have to meditate.
No.
I've asked who I am for so long that I'm farther from knowing who I am than the first time I asked it.
Get rid of desires. Completely rid of desires and you're totally free. Then you'll see yourself as every atom in the universe. And the slightest thought you put in your mind instantaneously comes about. Don't you see a desire saying, I don't have something, and making it so?
I can see that.
A desire is a very negative thing. Now, when you're desireless, if you choose to enjoy something, you enjoy it 1,000 times more than you did before when you had a desire for it. because you're free. You enjoy with freedom. Whereas before you were enjoying with a feeling of lack. Does that make sense?
It's right. Everything's right here, and this is where omnipresence is. Everything. It's this realization that, and truly it's so. This is it. There's no other center other than right here.
Then I. It's the I that I am.
Right. Which
Right,
is
and-
the I in everybody.
And the thing that pulls you away from it is desire. Something other than I.
Desire, or I'd like to say, problems that you might have. Seem like that's as distracting
Right, that's
as
the
a
opposite
desire.
of desire.
Yeah, but that's
Aversion.
right. Okay.
But that thing within us is what I like to call heaven within us. I always call heaven within me. That's what it is.
And it's not within us. It is us. It is I. It's not within. It's not without.
Yeah.
It just is. That's all. It just is. And you can't say anything more about it unless you want to limit it. Anything you say about within and without limits it. Can't you see that? It just is, period. And you can't say anything more about it. And it is the greatest, the most terrific experience you can ever experience. And now why don't you make that all the time
Francis mentioned about meditation. Well, when you're, I don't meditate per se, but yet, I always wonder, what's the truth and what's behind this? And,
don't meditate.
This,
Look,
there's always this consciousness of this thing that, and I really do let go and let this thing direct me.
See, meditation is fine for beginners, but you people are way beyond beginners. Meditation is just getting quiet. Much greater than that is seeking your beingness. Seeking is way beyond meditation.
Oh, I think we do that all the time, don't we, Lester? I mean, isn't that just constant?
No, you're constantly seeking the world, as came out before. If you were constantly seeking yourself, you'd find it in a maximum of weeks. It couldn't take more than weeks. If you were seeking your sex, it would take you how long to find it? And that's how long it's going to take you to find you. You do it like that. But I know you can do it in a matter of weeks. If you keep looking for you, and only keep looking for you, in weeks you'll discover you. And when you do, it's like that. It's instant. Now the reason why you don't discover you is you hold you back here and you're looking out there for it. And here it is. You're saying, I can't find it. But the moment you do that, it's instant. The moment you look at you, you'll see you. But you're every moment looking at other than you. You're looking at the illusion out there. You're looking at the body, and you're saying, I, the infinite being, am this body. And you're saying that every moment. Except when you go to sleep. Then sometimes you say, I, the infinite being, am a dream body. And then you'll play act a life in the night dream state. But you're every moment saying, I am a body. See, this is the thing you've got to get to see. Now, what Harry described before was an experience of not being the body, of just being. When he felt fulfilled, a total satiation, he was just being. He wasn't being a body. If he thought he was being a body, he couldn't feel that goodness of it, the greatness of it. So examine these things, Francis. Look at it and you'll see that you're every moment chasing after the world, thinking you're a body that must be pampered and taken care of. And the Bible says, take no thought for the body. That's what it means. So the thing to do, well, like Harry did, experience it, make it more and more until it's only. You won't disappear. Then you have a choice. You can take things instantly or like other people are taking them. And it doesn't matter to you which way you take them. It's all the same. You achieve that state of sameness, equal-mindedness. It's a dream. What's the difference whether you get it in a matter of years or instantaneously? Once you know it's a dream, it doesn't matter. But the big difference is you're free if you can do it instantly. You've attained the peace and happiness that passes all understanding. You've let go of so-called miseries, unhappiness, difficulties, problems. You've attained the goal. If we don't have a perfect body and we want a perfect body, that means we do not believe or have the conviction that we can make the body perfect. It means we are holding in mind a consciousness of an imperfect body, because the body is an exact copy of the mind. The body is our consciousness projected outwardly. Now, is it necessary to have a perfect body? It's not. It's necessary to have a perfect understanding. Everything else being equal, if you can't have a perfect body, make your body perfect. However, you can go beyond the necessity of a perfect body by getting the spiritual understanding of I am not the body. Therefore, the body does not affect me. And this is a much higher state. In fact, I think this is one of the highest of states. To be able to maintain your spiritual equanimity regardless of what happens to the body. Because we are not this body. This body is not infinite. It's an extremely limited vehicle. Very, very delicate. Change the temperature 100 degrees, it dies. Put many tiny amounts of chemical in it, it dies. Cut out oxygen, it dies. So this body is an extremely limited vehicle. And it is much better to not be the body. The spiritual discipline of having an imperfect body and not having it bother you is a very high spiritual discipline. Many fully realized masters will go through life with a sick body.
setting an example of non-emphasis on the body. Because the body is our biggest trap into limitation. I am this body. Not only is the body the limitation, but associated with it are thousands of other limitations. So, Bob, for myself, I prefer not to correct the body now, but to have it touch me not even in the slightest, regardless of what happens to it. A perfect body is not the highest state. A body is a limitation even when it's perfect. It's a perfect body. It's still a body, but perfect. A higher state is not being the body. You're shaking your head now. Have I answered it?
Follow what you're getting at.
See, so again, it's a matter of level. But because we're into a level that is high, I've got to stay up there. Be not the body. Be what you really are. Be infinite. Perfection is not a perfect body. Perfection is absolute perfection. Well, you have a tendency to bring it down to perfect things. Perfection does not relate to things. No thing is perfect. Everything is a thing of limitation. So the top state, the absolute, is a state of no things. It's just beingness or pure consciousness, or pure awareness, the top state. It's not being a thing, a body. It's just being. So to sum it up, of course we should have perfect bodies. If we have bodies that pull on our attention all the time, it's difficult to meditate. So rid yourself of body demands. Make the body as perfect as you can. However, it is a higher state when the body does not affect us because of not identifying with the body. But the top state is just beingness, only beingness, or consciousness, only consciousness. It's consciousness conscious of all consciousness. It's beingness being all beingness. And consciousness and beingness means the same thing at the top. Being anything is being a limitation. See, happiness is our natural inherent state. We are the all. We artificially create a lack and then a desire to undo that lack, which when that desire is fulfilled, we feel better. It's like sticking a pin into you and it hurts and you take it out and say, gee, that feels good. This is exactly what enjoying things and people is. We hurt ourselves, remove the pain, and say, that feels good, that makes me happy. Every time you feel happiness, you feel only your real self, more or less. The happier, the more you feel your real self. And you attribute it to things and people out there. The mechanism of it is that when we create the lack, we start up thoughts, I need this person, this thing to make me happy. That causes a bit of pain, that need, that lack. Which when we are relieved of that thought, we return back to being ourself, which is what we call happiness. This is something great to be achieved in life when you see that your happiness is inherent. and that what you have been calling happiness is doing away with it and then restoring it and attributing it to people and things. So if you want to enjoy a body, that's your privilege. If you want more joy, don't enjoy the body, just be joy, which you naturally are. That's the natural state. It's not necessary to need things. When you see that you are the all, there's nothing lacking. So take your joy directly. Be yourself. That's being infinite joy. I saw that there's as much life in this body as there is in a piece of wood. It's carbohydrates, the same chemicals as a piece of wood. That the only life in this body is me. I put the life in the body. I saw that the body is my consciousness, and my consciousness puts the life in the body. When you see that you make the body, you can change it. You can mentally change it. Now, the body we have right now is the education body-wise that we have accumulated up to date. This is my concept of a body, that's your concept of your body. It's deeply subconscious right now. This is why it's difficult. This picture of the perfect body must be more powerful than the sum total of all the pictures in the past of an imperfect body. Right now, you have to get that picture of a perfect body with a thought that's stronger than the sum total of all the thoughts of imperfect body of the past. When you're able to do that, your body will immediately change to this new thought of perfect body, which is more powerful than all the past thoughts. Does that make sense? This is the mechanics of it. All right, now what's a powerful thought? A powerful thought is a concentrated thought. The more concentrated, the more powerful the thought. A concentrated thought is a thought without other extraneous thoughts present at the time. The very best way to get a most powerful thought is to let go of yourself, your little self. Let go of your feeling, I am Bob, I have this, I have that. And say, yes, there is only perfection, including this body. If you can let go of the world, so I say your thinking mind is your biggest obstacle. Your mind is going on faster than the speed of light all the time, whether you're aware of it or not. If you're not conscious of it, it's going on subconsciously. You've trained yourself to think. And you've got it spinning with all these thoughts. You've put a lot of importance upon this thinking in the past. The importance of it is also subconscious. So it's not easy to let go of the importance of thinking. And these are obstacles to your letting go of thinking, which if you could let go of thinking, and just one easy thought with no other thoughts around, I am perfect, instantly you'd be perfect. I'm talking about the body. So it'll take a continuous trying until you achieve it. And someday, through a almost effortless thought is the way it feels, because your mind is so quiet at the time, it'll happen. And you might not even be aware of it when it happens. You might become aware of it later on. I was just reminded of the case I heard of a man who was in a wheelchair for so many years, I forget how many. House caught on fire. He packed 2 bags and ran out and sat down on them. It was after he sat down on the bags he had realized what he had done. He had forgotten that he couldn't walk. See, when it does happen, you're accepting the positive so much, that negative thing is forgotten for the time being. So to sum it up, the thing that will affect a perfect body is a very strong conviction. I am a perfect body, or a concentrated thought, which is saying it in another way, which is a thought undisturbed by other thoughts at the moment. That your mind is clear of other thoughts at the moment. And the feeling is a feeling of let go. You just let go and let the perfection be about the body. Now the best way to see this, I believe, is through the night dream. This is like a dream, just like a night dream. While you're in the night dream, you are there are other characters, there's a world there, and things are going on. And while you're in it, it's real, right? While you're dreaming it. It's only when you awaken from the dream that you say, it never was. That's what happens to this dream. When you awaken from it, you'll see that it never was. That there never was anything but perfection all the time. So it's a process of awakening from this dream. To see this, you're going to have to go through it. I couldn't give it to you, see. But if you will continue, you'll reach a point where you'll see that, my gosh, it's just a dream, and then you'll see that it's a dream that never was. That there had always been perfection. But again, you can't comprehend that until you experience it. You might get it momentarily. Many people do. You get a momentary picture of the whole thing as being a dream. That there never was anything but perfection. And then the next moment, you trick yourself into the delusion again of thinking that it is real. You see, there's really only one thing I want to do in the world, is to have everyone know what I know. At the same time, it's not for me to push this on anyone, but if they really want it, I really want them to have it. So the two get together. So I don't see it as boldness. I see it as doing the right thing. When you see the perfection, there's nothing to do. And I really feel that I am not a teacher. I am never teaching. I still can't get used to the concept of being called a teacher. Now, Francis has got me to accept it more now than ever before. I can do it more readily, say, oh yeah, I'm teaching. But in my consciousness, I'm not teaching. How can I teach a perfected being who is omniscient? In this top state, you perceive this world as nothing but your very own self, with a capital S. There is nothing but the self. Or,
There's nothing but God. God is all. Everything you see is God, and you are it. That's the way you see the world. Others look at it and say, it's just the opposite. You look at it, it's perfect, it's God. It's me, it's I. So there's no contradiction when you're in a top state. And you, to the eyes of others, float through life the way they do. But in your perception, it's not the way they see it. And the very top state is being in that top state and in the world at the same time. Oh, someday you'll laugh at all this tremendous effort to be exactly what you are and have always been. It's such a joke to go through a tremendous struggle only to be what you are, always have been, always will be, creating all these devious means of assuming you don't have infinite joy, even giving up all joy, and then going through a tremendous effort of trying to establish infinite joy again. But it's a joke. Now, in truth, there is no such thing as time. Time is a variable. Truth is that which never changes. Perfection is always perfect. It doesn't change. Anything that changes is imperfect, is unreal. Time is nothing but a mental concept. You have a dream at night, and you cover maybe 80 years. Now, while you're in that dream, it was an 80-year period. How much time was it to you after you awakened? That 80 years becomes maybe minutes. I'm just trying to bring out how time is nothing but a mental concept. In the dream it was 80 years. You awaken and say, gee, it was just minutes. You awaken out of this dream, you'll see it was no time. It was always there. Everything that was or will be is here now. Time is like taking a movie reel and looking at one frame at a time and saying the frame before it is yesterday and the frame after it is tomorrow. It's all there. You can look at it all now. But in time we choose to look at one frame and then say the one on this side is the past and the one on that side is the future. If you'd look at the whole reel, you could see your entire life from beginning to end. But mentally, you choose to do it the way you're doing. Time is only a mental concept. But in order to accept this, you've got to see it yourself. You've got to perceive it. You've got to realize it. Thinking on it deeply, you'll get the realization someday, wow, it's just a mental concept. Eternality is now. It's an ever-present now. There's no past, no future. It's all here now. There's only a nowness in truth.
What's the most effective way to handle pain? Of course, I realize the ultimate maturity of an individual would be such that he wouldn't have pain, but let's say that we're in the stage where we have to.
The best way you possibly can. You can take it, if I take it from the bottom up, if the only way you can do it through, if the only means you want to do it through is the material, it's aspirin and drugs. if you're able to handle it mentally, you can offset it in many ways. One simple way is to feel it.
I don't know, my wife had mentioned you had said that, and I had delved into it, and it was something I didn't really understand.
Well, this goes into what is pain. Pain is an alarm in a certain part of the body that there's a danger there. And if we mentally recognize the alarm, the pain, it turns off. But because of a long time habit of trying to run away from pain, we mentally try to flee from the pain, to get away from it. And the alarm stays on and the pain stays on. You watch animals, they don't suffer the way we do. If something hurts them, they'll feel it and the pain goes. We can do the very same thing. Another way of putting it might be like face the pain. Or
that form of realization, then maybe?
No, this has nothing to do with realization. This is a very down-to-earth, practical method of...
I mean, you're realizing pain.
You're making it real?
Yeah.
You're making it more real when you're trying to run away from it.
Well,
it's like a big bear chasing you when you're trying to run from it. And most of us don't see this point, that when we have pain, we're always trying to get away from it. We don't want to recognize it, and therefore the alarm stays on. Now, it's difficult for most people to face the pain because by habit they're used to running away from it mentally. So I suggest to them that they make it hurt more. If I had a pain in my finger, if I wanted to make it hurt more, I really couldn't. But what I'd do is I would go into it and feel it. And the moment you feel it, it disappears. Just try it. Now that's a very simple, practical way to alleviate pain. Coming up higher, be not the body. If you're capable of doing that, saying, I am not the body, what was a severe pain becomes a very dull pain in a distance way down there in that body. And you can function as though there's no pain there. It doesn't bother you anymore. You let the body go its way, so to speak. So by being not the body, you step away from pain. If you can be not the body, you can let a doctor operate on your body and you wouldn't feel it. That's to the extreme. Higher way is to see only the perfection. Where there's perfection, there is no pain. There just isn't any. So there's various levels at which we can approach pain. But try that feel the pain method. You'll see it's a simple, easy way once you catch on to it. And then if there's a damaged part of the body, it heals very quickly. The same day, overnight, or very rapidly. Just by feeling the pain. Because when you feel the pain, you're recognizing the alarm, and the body mechanics go to that point and start immediately repairing it. If you had pain now, I could show you, I think. Do you have pain? What hurts? Can you show me just what part of the head? Okay, well, feel it. Can you feel it? All right, now make it hurt more. Does it hurt more?
No.
What's happened? Is it still there? It's lighter? Make it hurt more. How is it now? Not the same. You're taking the most difficult spot. The headache is the hardest thing to localize. But it'll work on a headache. To try it out, it's easier on a very painful part of the body, a finger or some limb. Try it out, and when you can apply it there, it'll be easier for you to apply it to the head. And also, when you're by yourself, it's it's easier to do it than when you're in company of a lot of people. But I'll guarantee you that if you feel the pain, it'll go away. The more
You're really recognizing the alarm that's set up there. And permitting it to go to work, is that what you're saying?
you permit the body mechanics to go to work to undo it.
Is there any way anyone else can help?
A doctor could give you...
Yes, I mean, as far as someone who is not going to the doctor, say another member of the family or someone else, would it be just knowing that they are perfect?
It's giving you something that'll take your mind off the pain. Right now, if something very important in his life happened right now, more important than the headache, he'd forget about it entirely for the moment and he wouldn't have it. So if someone in the family comes and pulls you away from it or does something like that, you can forget it. The moment you forget it, it's gone. You forget it by putting your mind onto the new thing that's coming into your mind.
Well, in the case, and I'll say in her case, he has a headache. She knows it. And aside from doing that, would she just think of him being perfect?
The way we help another one is to know their perfection. And to the degree we know that they're perfect, to that degree we support them in the right direction. Yet they must take it. We can only support them.
So if they don't go along, then actually they're putting up a barrier.
If they don't go along, that's their God-given free will.
Just the pain is in the mind, strictly in the mind.
Yes. The only place we feel pain is in the mind. We think we feel it in the body, but we don't. The body doesn't feel anything. The body's inert. The body's just matter. The pain we feel is in our mind. It's all mental.
How could you get a child to see this?
That's very difficult. And yet it isn't. You'd be surprised how children can accept these ideas much more easily than we grown-ups can, because they haven't been so thoroughly indoctrinated in the wrong direction as we have been. The younger we are, the more easily we accept these ideas. So the way you do it is by teaching it to them, treating them as an equal and talking to them as though they can understand this. You'd be surprised how they'll pick it up.
Well, actually, many mothers are doing this in diverting children. As soon as they have they run and they've got a they bump themselves or something, why they immediately, it just seems automatic to divert them, to get them thinking of something else or doing something else, and forget about the bump.
You can see it in children sometimes. They get a terrible knock when they're with their playmates. They're ready to cry, and they look, and then they forget about it, and they go off playing. Whereas if the mother's around, sometimes you get a much different reaction.
Yeah, nobody's interested.
So you see how children can have pain one moment and let go of it the next moment.
Would you class pain and a rash all over the body as the same?
No. Rashes are not necessarily painful. A rash over the body is due to a mental irritation that is superficial, and it comes out on the skin. Mental irritations that are deep come out on the inner organs.
So you wouldn't worry about it as much on the skin as if it were on the organ.
Right, because the organs are much more vital than the skin. It's just an irritation. It's a conflict between something unconscious and something conscious. And because half of it is unconscious, we can't see it, and that conflict goes on. It's very annoying, irritating. And if we hold it, it'll come out in a rash on the skin. This is why doctors can't do anything about it. The best of skin specialists will tell you this. They try this salve and they try that salve, and sooner or later something seems to work. And generally it's time that does it.
But in beginning something like this, as far as the healing of oneself, does affirmation actually help in?
Yes, affirmation is good because you're putting in a thought that will demonstrate the positive. And the more you affirm, the more you'll accept it. The more you'll help undo the opposite. If it's hard to affirm, it's even good to start with a denial. Deny what it is, then affirm what you want.
Ugh, I don't want that. I do want that.
So, just ugh and ooh.
Oh, that will make me remember it very much.
But you said the subconscious mind does not recognize the word not.
No, the mind. See, the mind thinks only in pictures. It doesn't think in words like not. Whatever picture you hold in mind, you create. If I don't want bananas, I'm holding bananas in mind and I'll get it.
And how does the denial work?
To help you better affirm. I am not the body. I am the infinite self. Because people are steeped in the negativity, and it's so real to them, by denying it, it gives them an added push toward the affirmative. But it should always be followed up by the affirmative. Only denying would be holding on to it. This is why fear is such a bad thing. We hold in mind that which we fear, and thereby create it. Whatever you fear, you'll bring upon yourself. because the mind's only creator. What we hold in mind, we create. And the mind thinks in pictures. People think it thinks in words. But whenever you say house, you don't see H-O-U-S-E. You have a picture of a house. Or a man. It's a picture of a man. It's not the letters M-A-N. And this is why why people are able to talk telepathically to people who don't speak their own language. If we could speak telepathically and you knew only Greek and I knew only English, you would talk to me in Greek and I'd be picking up all your pictures. I would talk to you in English and you would pick up all my pictures. And we could converse that way. It is simple. It's simple and everyone uses it, but because we have talked ourselves out of the idea that we can talk telepathically, we think we can't. But we do read each other. Unconsciously, we're always reading each other. It's a natural ability. All beings have it. All animals have it. They use it much more than we do. Animal knows your thinking and your feeling. Babies know it. Only educated adults don't. You're educated out of it. But that is the absolute truth, that we are infinite beings. And when we see the infinity within ourselves, we see that everyone is me. There's no more separation. But until you see it, it doesn't make sense. And yet, anyone here could get glimpses of it. By getting the mind quiet enough, you'll see it. And you'll see that you are me.
These, you say glimpses. Usually that's all they are, isn't it? It's glimpses.
Not all.
Well, I mean with most of it.
It starts off that way. And as we stick to the path, these glimpses get longer and longer until they become fully established all the time. And that's the ultimate goal. Never forgetting God, never forgetting who we are.
Is it sometimes that we only get glimpses because we're afraid to go any further than the glimpse?
No. Because the ego takes over again. There's still a lot of ego left. And then the moment we express as an ego, we have to let go of what we saw in order to be an ego, to be a limited being. So the moment we choose again to be a limited being, we don't see the limitless being that we are. Yet you haven't lost anything. Because to get the glimpse in the first place, you had to let go of quite a lot of ego.
It seems like whenever I've gotten a glimpse, it's been in a state of not being unconscious, but not being asleep, not being exactly conscious either, some state in between. And as soon as I've reached this conscious state, then it disappears.
Yeah, this conscious state is a state of ignorance. And there's a state between sleep and waking where as we come out of the sleep state and before we identify with the waking world, we're with the real self that we are. If you could stay there you would be the God that you are.
Well, before I ever realized what was going on, I had a few of those glimpses, but I never knew what they were. But there was complete joy.
You can use them.
Pardon?
You can use them to establish it more and more. You're not thinking in that state. If you'll take a look at it, you're not thinking.
Just a complete quietness where there's no thinking at all.
You're just being. And it is in beingness that we are God. And we can only be God. Before that happens, we say we have to get to know God. When we get to know God, we discover that we are God. And that it was our pure, simple, unadulterated beingness. Not being a body, but just being. It's just pure beingness.
You're almost not aware of your body.
Right. You're not aware of your limitations.
Of which recognizing your body is
An extreme limitation. It's an extreme limitation.
One more question. How much of the unconscious mind should one
Follow?
Yeah.
None.
None.
Everything should be conscious. The unconscious mind is the automaton that we are. Someone says blue, and we move this way. Red, we move that way. Or says a word we don't like, we feel bad. Says a word we like, we feel good. That's all the unconscious operating in. We're like puppets when we follow the unconscious.
those habit patterns.
Yes, all habit patterns are the unconscious mind. No one can be fully happy until he or she realizes that there are no limitations, that this body is no limitation. It's self-destructive.
Why?
We like to do things that will hurt us. Now, the answer to that should be gotten by each individual. Why do I do this thing that is hurting me? I am supposed to be an intelligent being. I'm supposed to do that which is healthy. Health I want. And yet I continue this habit. Why?
Then your body's smoking.
If you thought you were not the body, you would not smoke. You'll think you need that smoking to do something for you.
No. I just do it because I like it.
Well, you think you need that to make you happy, to give you a certain amount of pleasure. So you are that body, satisfying the pleasures of it. See, I want to clear that up first. But if you're taking pleasures, why not take those that are good for the body? Fresh air. Oh, but what I'm suggesting is that you think on these things. If you see the answer, you'll stop smoking just like that, and be no problem to let go of it. If you want to let go of it. Yeah, well, it's a similar thing. Alcohol is a poison.
And someone who said, if I can't have that, I don't want to live.
tell him to take enough of it and he won't have to live.
It is.
I think a quart of pure alcohol would kill anyone drunk at one time.
Would you class all
I've been a
stimulants?
good pilot for many years.
All
What?
stimulants?
Stimulants make you feel better. But they're bad because it has an element of no responsibility. I am not doing it. The stimulant does it. The thing to do is to get happy without these things. And then be happy all the time.
In other words, walk around with a perpetual glow without using the stuff.
Right. Just know who you are and that'll do it.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to ask you. What's the best time to try to know who you are? Is it at night when you relax in bed, or during the day, or
All the
what?
time.
All the time.
All the time. But it's good to get quiet as much as possible. If you can get off to the side and get quiet, do it as much as you can. The more you do it, the more you succeed. But the deadliest of all things is not alcohol, it's not smoking, it's our thinking.
Knowing the
It's
truth.
more important what comes out of a man's mouth than what goes into it.
The truth is, they talk about prayer, unanswered prayer, answered prayer. Actually, there isn't any such thing as an unanswered prayer. Everything is answered.
Right.
We live our prayer, whether we realize it or not.
Every thought materializes.
When a thought materializes, it doesn't have to be exactly in the shape of your thought. It can come back in the shape of another.
No, exactly in the shape of the thought. But there's been other thoughts that might
Modify it.
What's the mechanism behind this?
behind what?
Other than, well, we're the cause. But there's a
Thinking is the cause of everything
what
that happens.
About, grace or the help or this other.
Well, grace is
helping
yourself. Grace is your very own self, which is always trying to take over. You're always trying to return to this infinite being that you are. That's the grace.
Happen to you.
The real grace is the self always there. Your own infinite beingness is always there, and that's the real grace. But that point that I made should be seen by you. It's good to accept it generally, but when you see it, then you will do just as you said. You will not do anything that you do not want done unto you, because you know you will get it back again. And if you want love, you're just going to give love.
Let me put it this way, Lester. Everything that you put out, you're putting out to yourself. Well, except that it's a delayed action. And when you give out love, when you pour love out to everybody, that's what you're going to get. If you give anything else, whatever it is, this is what you get yourself, because you're only getting it to yourself.
Yes, that's from a little higher point. But eye for an eye is at the level of most people today.
Yes.
That's what the Bible means by that statement. It doesn't mean that you're you're going to be taken to court and the judge is going to order an eye out or something like that. Right. So, you've got to be a good boy from now on.
You know, as long as I use my set of standards for good. Clear. I've got a hardened conscience.
Not really.
So to come back to that point just before that in order to be infinite beings, we must have no desires.
I feel like I'm only half here.
Because any desire is a limiting action upon ourselves. If we think we need something, we think of ourselves as being limited.
Are need or want the same?
If you have everything, if you are everything, how could you want something?
Well, then you know that you have.
You know you don't need anything, and you go through life knowing all the time that you need nothing. Your attitude is different.
You need nothing because you have everything.
That's your feeling all the time. And should there be a need of the bodies, it's immediately fulfilled. You don't have to think about it. It's taken care of immediately.
I usually have it, but it's been a delayed action, so I haven't been quite thinking right again.
All right, now to carry this point further, we should have no need for this body. If we are infinite beings, why need we a body? Now, the fact of being born into a body is a fact that we are ignorant of our limitlessness, because we take on a limitation, the body. This goes for all bodies except those of masters. A master can consciously create a body or come into a body and not be limited by it. What?
Should be turned a little more toward you.
Well, it doesn't matter.
It seemed as if it wasn't picking somehow or other.
So, the fact that we're born into a body shows that we are ignorant of our infinite self. It's an indictment, right? In its own de facto situation. However, now that we know that we are limitless beings, we don't have to accept that fact anymore. And we shouldn't accept it. And we should live our way of life so that we are not identifying with this extremely limited, garbage-producing, headache-producing vehicle called the body. Which cuts off pleasures because we attach pleasures to it when the pleasures are nothing but the experiencing of our real self. So our way of life should be to be not the body. In everyday work, we sort of mentally sit back, allow the body to go through its motions almost automatically. All the time knowing
that I am that I am, that we are the self, that we are limitless, that we are not only that body which we are puppeting, but we are all bodies. Saying that in another way is saying, be the witness. Look at the world as you would a three-ring circus, with you outside of it. Be in the world, but not of it. Let go and let God. All these statements mean the same thing. Do not identify with the body. Mentally stand back, knowing who and what you are, and let life go its way. When we do that, everything becomes easy. Actually effortless, if we do it fully. From that moment on, we have no more troubles. We can't, as being identified with our infinite self. And whatever should happen to the body doesn't throw us, doesn't disturb us, even if the body hurts. It's not severe because it's distant. If the body hurt, you would know it. But instead of being an excruciating pain, it would be just a dull, like a dull pain in the distance. Also, the body would not be incapacitated. When we identify with the body, we say, oh, it hurts, I cannot function. I sprained my ankle, I cannot walk. Don't identify with the body, and that body will walk with that sprained ankle just as well as a perfect ankle.
I proved that one day. Good night.
It reminds me of an experience in the war where one fellow saw another fellow lose his leg and he kept walking without, from the ankle down, it was shot off. Another fellow told me of another one, I guess I can tell you. He said, we were running at top speed, and the fellow alongside me had his head shot off, and he kept running with me. He said he ran about 50, 60 feet, and then fell over. This is because the fellow who lost his head just wouldn't accept it. He was probably so concerned with running away or something, it took him 60 feet of running before he realized his head was off.
He felt a peculiar draft.
There's always a decision to leave the body. Like his decision would be, oh, this is ridiculous, trying to run a body without a head. Let's go of that body. Then he identifies with the astral body. But be not the body, and the world is a dream, a beautiful dream. What's coming out? I wanted Bob to hear these things.
The ball chain on mine. I had two of them sick, so I had to go for it. I limped over and walked back, and I was embarrassed because everyone saw me limping over the walk back.
We just heard two incidents where an ankle was sprained, and he could hardly stand on it, but he couldn't find a taxi, so he walked how far? 5 miles home on a sprained ankle. 2 Februaries ago, just before I went to New York, I was cutting down a very large dead cottonwood tree, and I had my left foot on the bank of the tank, my right foot on a stump about that high off the ground. The ground went straight down. It was a wall of dirt. I had my left foot on a wall and the right foot on the stump. I was cutting this tall cottonwood tree down. It was probably about 30 foot high, maybe more. And For a moment, I thought it was starting to move toward me, so I lifted up my foot ready to get out of its way, but it didn't come. And I went to step again with my eyes up that way, and I missed. I must have fallen about 4 or 5 foot down on this foot bent back like that. Well, immediately it blew up, it was all purple. And I limped away, and I said, well, what am I going to do? Let it be. My usual way now is if anything happens to the body, I let it be, and I'll be not the body. And I walked to the house. I was walking normally, even though that was all blown up, really swelled up and turned blue. And I said, gee, I'm leaving for New York in a few days. What do I do now? And Inner Lester says, well, in that case, let it go. Just like that, I let it go. And instantly, the swelling and everything went down, and it was as good as new. But if I weren't going to New York, I would have walked around with that ankle until it healed itself. It's a good opportunity not to identify with the body. I welcome these things now. We start off by saying being born into a body is a sign of ignorance of the fact that we are limitless beings. The exception being masters. They can come into a body and not be limited by it. But when we are born into a body, it's a sign of extreme limitation. Therefore, we must get to know that we are not these bodies. Or, saying it another way, that we are not limited by the body, and we identify with all bodies. Everybody is our body. And then when we do that, we are standing off in the background, letting the body go its way. And when we do that, the body cannot give us any problems because we are not the body. If there's a sharp pain, it turns out to be a sort of a dull pain in the distance. And as I said before, even if we have a broken leg, we could keep right on walking with that broken leg if we do not identify with the body, as I did with the sprained ankle. At first I feel it, it's very painful. Then I don't identify with it. I can walk normally. And there's a slight pain down there. I know there's a pain here, but it doesn't bother me. Sort of in the distance, it's weak. I've done this on many instances in the past 2 or 3 years I started this. At first, I guess, my gosh, must have been 9 years or so. If something happened to this body, I would instantly correct it. Many times I hurt it badly. All the things I can remember, I fell and this thumb went right back here, and I just with my finger, with my hand, I first put it in the right place, and I just said, okay. It was okay. At the time I put 4 fingers into boiling grease. I was in a hotel room. I didn't want to splatter any grease on the carpet. I'd have been kicked out of the hotel if they knew we were cooking. And so, like the absent-minded professor, I put that blinzer in very quiet, very easily, so it wouldn't splash. But I was thinking about something else, and my 4 fingers were under it. And I had them right in that boiling fat before I realized what happened. And I let out a yell. I thought everyone in the hotel must have heard me. Then I said, Lester? And I said, okay. And I said, finished, just like that. It wasn't red. It was just greasy, but no redness, no pain. Oh, and numerous times that would damage the body and instantly straighten it out. Well, you know it's just a thought. It's your mind that determines the body. These things are very easy to do. But as of 2-3 years ago, I realized it's a higher state to have a sick body and not identify with it. And that's why certain masters do that. They'll go through life with a weak or sick body. All the time maintaining their peace and equanimity. And they welcome it because it's an opportunity to be constantly reminded that they are not the body. So our way of life should be trying to develop this all the time. Be not the body. When we're in the world, let the body go through its work, through its taking care of the family, through all the things that we do. And we should not identify with it. As I said before, I'm repeating most of this because both Harry and Bob, I think, missed it. Other ways of saying what I'm saying is be not the body, let go, let God, be the witness, be in the world but not of it. All these statements mean what I'm saying now. Do not identify with the body, identify with your real self. I am that I am an unlimited, free being, untainted, untouchable. Now, the more we try to maintain this in our everyday life, the more we succeed at it. And the more we succeed at it, the more we can do it. The more we try, the more we succeed. And it goes on until someday we have fully let go of the concepts that I am this body. And then we're masters. When we leave this plane, we will do it consciously and not come back to this hell. This is the greatest hell there is. And in all phases of beingness, we will never be in a more difficult life than we are right now. This is the deadest state possible to beings. This physical state is the grossest. And if we don't go all the way when we exit this body, we go into realms that are so heavenly they cannot be described and are closer to the ultimate. But we should try to go all the way from this state. To us it is given to do that, not to beings from the astral realm. They cannot go all the way. They have to come here to go all the way. But we have the possibility of going all the way back right to the absolute. Now, the method of going all the way is simply this. Be not an ego. Be not an individual separate from the whole. It's the ego sense, the sense of I am an individual separate from the all, that creates the mind which creates the bodies. There's three major bodies we have: the physical, the astral, the causal. The causal is in the realm of ideation, ideas. Ideas are instantly fulfilled on their presentation in the realm of the causal. The astral is very similar to this, except it's unobstructed, whatever you think is. It's like the dream life that we have in the nighttime when the dreams make sense. But the sense of being an individual, separate from the all, is the start of limitation. If we are the all, we are unlimited. The moment we say, I am separate from the all, that starts limitation. In order to be separate, we have to have thoughts of separation, and thoughts constitute the mind. And the mind creates the three bodies. Now this is a tremendous thing, and it's so little known in our realm that from this realm we can go straight to the absolute. We don't have to spend millenniums or even millions of years doing it. We can do it this lifetime. But we must know what I'm saying and attempt to establish that I am not the body. I am that infinite self. Now you always have been. We always have been this infinite being. It's the I when we say I without anything attached to it. Just the word I that you feel as your beingness has no limitations until you say I am a body or I and something else. That immediately sets up duality, limitations, and all the thing that builds up with it. This word I is the closest word for God you will discover someday. That the word God is the word I. That I is infinite until we say I am a limited mind or body. So an excellent way of life is to know this and to attempt to establish the consciousness of I am not the body. The body is just a puppet. And allow the body to go its way. It doesn't matter what it does. Just let it go its way. And then work becomes sort of automatic. You become detached from it. And therefore it goes on far better than it ever did before. When we allow the body to go through the work, it will do the work far better because we are getting the ego concept of I, the limited I, out of the way. And the more we practice that, the more we establish it. Until now, most of us have been trying to make life better, which is excellent. But a good life is a limited life. If everything were good in your life now, it's like living with golden chains around you, where before you had rusty iron chains binding you. You become bound with golden chains, but you're still bound. As happy as you'll get with life getting better, as it has been getting better, you'll reach points where you'll say, oh my gosh, I'm so miserable. Did I slip? No, you didn't slip. Everything you've gained, you still have. But you're still identifying with being a limited being, being an ego, being a body, with this world being real. The only way out of difficulties with the world is knowing you are not the body. Now, if you're going to have troubles in the future, if you are, remember that you're identifying with the ego. You could have your life 1,000 times better than it is now, and you'll be dissatisfied if you're taking your pleasures from the world, from life, from living. Rather than just being what you are, which is taking it directly. Our pleasures must be taken directly, not attributed to things outside of ourselves. Then joy is constant and never tainted by sorrow. And that's the natural state. I think what I'm stressing tonight is be not the body. Continue to make life happier as you have been doing, but emphasize now being not the body, and you'll be even happier. You will reach states where you just can't contain it. You feel as though you're going to burst from the joy. Not being used to this newfound joy, sometimes it's hard to contain. I remember walking for days, trying to walk it off. I'd get these realizations, and I'd get so... it was hard to breathe almost. I was so full of new joy coming in all the time. I'd keep walking and walking and walking until I got used to it. Then I learned how to put it all in the background and let it resolve into that beautiful peace that passeth all understanding. Peace is a more comfortable state than joy. But it's a peace that's more joyous than joy, if you can imagine that. Right, now the key to getting to this state is to discover each time that the joys that you get in life just allow you to be yourself by the squelching of thoughts of need, of desire, by satisfying of them. You satisfy a desire, the thoughts quiet, and you feel better. Don't attribute that joy to the thing out there that you got or the person out there that you're with. That joy is nothing but your very own self pushing through more. You're allowing it to be seen more by you. So the object should be to recognize that all joy is nothing but the self, more or less. That we wrongly attributed it to something outside of ourselves. Now this is the key to constant joy with no sorrow. Are there any questions on this? This is a very deep, it's a tremendous thing once you see it. Your sorrow and miseries are gone forever.
In other words, all joys as we have known them have been, as you say, the quieting of our own desire, letting our true self shine through. In other words, we are
we're being
momentary fulfillment.
Exactly.
And not to identify with the object, but to rejoice in that feeling, but realize
that it's
that
just
it is, well,
you lifted a cover off the joy.
Coming through after you take off the ego.
You see, every desire is a thing of limitation which limits the self and covers it up. We peel off these covers and we allow the self to be, and that's what we call joy.
All right, we're going through life now. You might say our regular everyday life is the ego going on, right?
No, it depends on the way you look at it. Look upon it as a dream. That the body, you are not the body. Let it go its way. It's a puppet, if anything. Don't get ego and you. There's only one. There's only one self. There's not a higher self and a lower self. There's only you. Identifying with your limitless being or identifying with your limited being.
This is really the key then to your whole philosophy, is that this glow can come through when the desires are fulfilled momentarily. And to achieve this, to know that this is so,
right. So you have the joy directly, or if you choose, you can take that direct joy indirectly. And yet, when you're taking it indirectly, you still know it's direct. You're seeing a bit of this. Hold it. See it fully. I said something before, I don't think you heard that. We are very fortunate beings in that we are born into the place that we are born, this earth, because this allows us to go all the way to the absolute. Other realms don't allow it. Because of the difficulty here, if we can see that we are not the ego, we can go all the way, because the ego is a sense of separation. I am an individual separate from the all. And that sense starts thoughts going. There's more than one. Thoughts are nothing but the mind. The mind creates the three bodies, and the bodies and everything related to are all the trouble. So that when we know we are not an ego, we are not separate from the all, we can go all the way to the absolute beingness, the top state. There are few, relatively speaking, few beings in our universe who are fortunate enough to come to a place like this and to know what I'm saying. That this allows the greatest of growth. That in this lifetime, we can go all the way back home to where we started from. And yet, I know it's going to take millions of years for all our sisters and brothers, for 99% of them, to realize what I'm saying. It's going to take them millions of years, but we can do it this lifetime because we have been shown the way. And knowing the way, we may take it. Now, for millions of years, they're going to suffer the way they're suffering now. Even when life gets much better, and it will, pain is relative. If you're born into a harmonious society, the slightest of pain, which to us wouldn't even be pain now, will be excruciating to them. It's always relative, this concept of pain. So that even though you go into a relative heaven compared to what we're in now, it'll still be painful. So why spend these millions of years with the rest of them? Why not be what we are here and now, this lifetime? And the closest and the most correct word for God is I. When you say I, that's it. Just don't put anything more to it. That's infinite beingness, or infinite awareness, that I. And there's only one I. It either identifies with its unlimited beingness, or it identifies with a limited beingness, or shifts from one to the other, as we are doing. So our way of life should be, no matter what we're doing, be not the body, let the body go its way. It'll do the work far better than it did before, because the ego sense is now out of the way. And to trace back all joys and pleasures to being nothing but quieting the mind so we can be ourselves. Don't attribute the joy to the externals, because it's not there. That's an awful trap. And by doing this, we will see that everything is ours, we are everything, and all our desires will drop away. And the instantaneous fulfillment of all desires is a recognition of who we are. The the simultaneous fulfillment of all desires, the recognition of who we are. Because if we're infinite, we need nothing, want nothing. Now, in life, if you reach that state, you have no more desires, no more wants. Yet everything the body needs is provided immediately for it. And we are so non-attached to the body that if it fell over, we couldn't care less. It makes absolutely no difference to us whether the body is there or whether it is not there. We do not complain about this life, nor do we want to leave it. Then what happens is you go through life as a master, and when the time you originally set for the letting go of the body comes about, you let go of it, but consciously. You just kick the frame. And before you do that, you know that it's just a dream, like any night dream, that you never were limited by this body. That you never were anything but the infinite beingness that is omnipresent.
And maybe we didn't know it before because we're here.
Right. Because we are here, it's an indication that we consider ourselves a limited body.
Or a master from the beginning.
Well, we didn't have the choice. A master is conscious. A Jesus comes into a body, even as a baby. He never for a moment loses his omniscience. You'd have to be a master to understand what a master is feeling when he's a baby. But before Jesus came into that body, he knew his infinite beingness and never lost consciousness of it for a moment. Those who come back like Jesus do so only out of compassion.
Compassion for what when all is perfect?
I knew that was going to come out. Compassion for those who need a personal, external God to worship until they realize that they don't need that external God. The God out there directs us inward until we see that the God out there is nothing but our very own self, and that our self is the infinite beingness that we are. The word I. Well, I went from here to here and took you back again. Now, in reality, there never was a Jesus, a God. In the end, you'll see this, that there never was anything but I, all alone. And alone is spelled A-L-O-N-E. So the word alone is all one. There never was anything but I, all alone, I, all one. There never was anything external. It was an illusion. However, it is very helpful to us to worship an external God. When we know fully the external God, then we'll know fully the internal God, the God that we are. It's a stepping stone. We climb a ladder, and each time we get up to another rung, we forget about the rungs below. And when we get to the top, we kick the ladder away. But any aid is a good thing. All religions are aids to a degree. They're all pointing toward God. Whether it's 1 degree, 1%, or 100%, it's still in the right direction. Therefore, all religion is good.
Why do the Buddhists celebrate funerals?
They celebrate them because they know that the one who left is going into a relative heaven, leaving a relative hell. Why do the astronauts feel so good when they're weightless? It's a release from this heavy thing. Weightlessness is a wonderful experience. I remember one of the astronauts being asked what was the greatest experience he ever had. And he thought, and he said, weightlessness. That's why the boys who do the long-distance diving, skydiving, they don't like to pull the string. It's such a tremendous experience being weightless. Free of the body. So we can be free of the body just by knowing we are not the body. We don't have to skydive or nosedive.
Or skin dive. Or what?
No, we're already up there.
That's right. And always have been and always will be, whether we delude ourselves or not. We shouldn't pay too much attention to the body. Give it what it needs, and no more attention. This is a hard one for the women. You've been trained to pay so much attention to it. You can do it without attachment. You can dress it up, make it beautiful without attachment to what you're doing. But too much attention to the body isn't good. This is the worst habit we've gotten into over the millenniums, that we are this body. It's not an easy habit to break. That's why I say give it just its due attention and no more. And start freeing yourself from its limitations. Any objections to what I've been saying? In anyone's mind? I think you would have objected to this some time back. But this is a tremendous step forward to be able to accept this. When a master in this world looks around, he sees this body, and he sees all those bodies, but he knows that he is everybody. That's the difference. He sees everybody as much his body as the one closest to him. and yet he feels absolutely no limitation because of the body. All he has to do is close his eyes and he's off into infinity. And yet when he opens his eyes, he still sees that infinity. He sees everyone as points of perfection, of infinity.
The title of this session is Having It All, recorded July 4th, 1966.
Right, the path we're on is from here on until we make the goal. That's the first point I'd like to make. We're on this path until we are infinite. Second, we can do this lifetime. Now, generally, it takes many, many, many lifetimes for the great, great majority of people to make it. However, we can do it this time for two reasons. First, we are an unusual group. Second, we have the right direction to make it this lifetime. So that if we ever come back in the future, it's by choice. It's not by necessity. Usually those of us who want to help others to that point will come back just to help others. But that's a matter of individual choice, what we do. The main thing is to achieve that state. Now, becoming master over life is really a basic and necessary step through which we learn that we are not the victims in life, but we are the masters. After we master the ways and means of making our environment the way we want it, then we look beyond. No matter how happy we make our life, if it's involved in livingness itself, it'll never satisfy us. Because our real state is that of being infinite. And being happy in life and living has limitations. Are there any questions on that? I've sort of brought us up to date. Now I'll go into what I think should be our direction in the future. We have to become more universal. We should let go of our own livingness to the point where we can live outwardly more for others. If we are universal beings, we must be universal beings. Every human being is me, is the way we should feel. You are me, is the attitude we should have toward all people. Now I use the word attitude. We can't help the world by giving them things. There's just too much needed. But we can give them that which is much more than things. We can begin giving them the knowledge that we are getting. And our attitude should be one of wanting to help everyone who wants help, and never helping those who don't want it. That's imposing upon them. We should try to help just those who cross our path. We don't have to extend ourselves into directions, because people will just fall into our lives. They'll ask us questions. And as we give them the answers, we find that certain people will feel that you are giving them the right answers, that you are helping them, and they'll ask more. And it's really an obligation to answer questions of people who come to you sincerely, seeking the right direction. As we begin to live outward and think less of our little self and more of the other one, we are helping no one but ourselves. The world sees it differently. They would probably interpret it as we helping the other one. But there's no other one to help but ourselves. And actually, we get the greatest benefit. And we'll never make it unless we have this feeling of compassion, of oneness with everyone, with a wish that they too know what we know. So to repeat, we have gotten to the point where we have learned how to control life and make it happier. Now we should try to make it happier for others who want it. This does not mean stopping our own growth. That we never stop. We keep working for our own further growth. But at the same time, we help others. Every living soul wants peace. They're all seeking it, happiness, peace. Therefore, if you would expect it, it would come to you.
Expect peace, then I have peace.
Expect to want to help people find this peace.
Well, define, you spoke of love and compassion. Define what it means to you.
Well, love is only understood when you love. Compassion is understanding what the other one is going through. Compassion is understanding what the other one is experiencing. But the emotional part sort of comes automatically if you live to see the other ones happy. Practicing that way of life would bring tremendous amounts of happiness. basic point I tried to get across was what to do now that life has become happier. And the next step is to live more outwardly, if you can. Live for others. Live more for others. This is another way of saying, see God in everyone. See them as perfect. Then you help them most. Feel that everyone is you, because there is only you, there is only God. And God is that which I am. Really. The basic absolute truth is what? There is nothing but an absolute perfect oneness. That is I. So someday you reach a point where you just think and things happen. Someday you go beyond that. You just know the perfection and there's nothing to think about. Everything is perfect. Therefore, there's no thought required. Everyone makes it. Everyone does. But in terms of time as we now know it, the great, great majority will make it in over 1 million years from now. And we can do it this lifetime. And we should. We're all moving in that direction. The very greatest of the sages are still here. Some in body, some not in body. Leading us on, whether we're aware of it or not. And all we need to do is to open ourselves to their help, which is the most powerful help there is. And we'll get full realization this lifetime. I try to follow them. If you follow me, you're following them. I take my guidance from them through me to you. So we're all moving in that direction, but this group is moving much, much, much faster than the great majority of people are. Imperturbability is an indication of how far we have gotten. Can I be disturbed? Can I be annoyed? If I can, I must eliminate that. We should get to the place where no one and no thing can annoy us. But effortlessness does show how far we have gone on this path.
better indicator is peace. How peaceful am I? The greater your peace, the further you've gotten. Your attitude should be the same toward good and bad. If it's good or if it's bad, where is it? It's in the world of limitation. We want to transcend limitation. The good thing is the other side of the coin of a bad thing. It's all in this dream world, illusory world of limitation, good and bad. So after we learn how to make our life good, then we should look upon good and bad as the same thing. It's the opposite side of the same coin. It's all part of the illusory world. But our attitude toward the world is expressed in the highest in what I said about the body. What I said about accepting good and bad the same way. What is it good for? What is it bad for? This body. Things that are good and bad are for this body. Aren't they? But we are so much more than this body. We are immortal. We are perfect. So these things don't touch us. So our attitude should be the same toward good and bad. Have an attitude of, it doesn't affect me. I'm eternal. I'm immortal. Nothing can affect me. So that attitude toward the flat tire should be applied all the way up to the body. We have been making life better. Now that we can do that, we shouldn't care whether it's better or worse. Because we are not it. We are not limited by it. This is a big step. Our attitude toward good and bad should be the same. Right? Do not identify with what's happening out there. It's all in my own consciousness. So what's the difference whether I think a good dream or a bad dream? It's all my consciousness. It's necessary that you apply what you learn. You have to do it. I can't do it for you. I'm just pointing out the way you should go. You have to go it. And therefore, I have to step away so that you can swim on your own. I'm telling you how to swim in the right direction. You have to do it. If I were to stay, you would develop a dependency relationship. You would feel good while I'm around. You would unconsciously attach that to me. You would not do on your own nearly as much as when I leave you and then come back in and out. I give you the theory. You get your lab course when I leave in the world. I leave you and the world bumps you. Every time it bumps you, it makes you think. You think in this direction. But what you read is also true. You do need the assist, the confirmation, the reestablishing of the basic truths and directions. But you get that each time I come. Someday there'll be no need to listen to anyone. Also, there's only a certain amount that we absorb at a time, or each time. Now, there isn't a time that I don't give you the whole thing before I leave. Many times, right? The whole thing. But it takes time to digest. It takes time to work it out in practice. So I say you're getting an excellent way of my coming and going. There's no dependency relationship set up. And this dependency relationship is a thing that happens when people are with a teacher all the time, which holds them back. Now, what I'm saying might not be 100% so. If we had, say, a setup where we all lived together at one point, actually all lived together right in the same place, this teaching could go on all the time. You would get your practice working with each other. Like you and Ken sometimes would. You would practice letting go of those feelings of opposition until there was none. In other words, the world would be right with you in your friends. See, the way out of the world is through it. Isolation isn't good until you have completely renounced the world, until you have gotten to the place where you see nothing in the world that you want anymore. You know that your happiness does not lie in the world. Then isolation is all right. You have no more desires for the world. Then you may isolate. But until then, growth is faster and better in the world.
should you isolate before you reach that point, you are escaping. You are running away from the world. And that's very bad. But it wouldn't surprise me someday to see us all living together in one place, and this growth going on all the time.
The title of this session is Silence, Love, and Grace, recorded July 26, 1966.
I believe that most of us in this room, although every one of us has been with metaphysics, has not heard much about the so-called silent teachings. And yet they are the most powerful, the most effective, and the very best of all teachings. They are the teachings that go on all the time in spite of our not accepting them. They're going on just the same. They are the teachings that are being projected by all the greatest of masters. Every great master that, in our concept, has been, in truth still is, and is sending out the teachings all the time in silence. It's not easy to explain the method, but it's something like this. A master has the infinite power available to him, and he uses it. A master is able to contact every one of us 4 billion people on this planet at the same moment. If a master wanted to, he could even appear in a physical body to 4 billion people individually with 4 billion bodies and talk to each one and satisfy the need of that one. A master is one who has no limits. If he can create one body, he can create 4 billion. But he doesn't do it because, first, he's not being asked. Second, if he did it, he would frighten more people than he would help. But with all his infinite power, he is projecting the absolute truth to each and every one of us. He's projecting his conviction that we are, just like he is, an unlimited being. And the only way to experience that limitlessness is in silence. If there's any sound, if there's any vision, if there's anything other than the single one, we are not experiencing the absolute. So the master projects with his power to each and every one the truth of what we are. He is at every moment sending that to us. There is no time when he is not doing that.
The difficulty lies on our side. We have ourselves closed off to it. We prefer to believe that we are limited bodies with limited minds. And this is the God-given right that we have. We have the freedom and the right, being basically the gods that we are, to choose to be limited. And we have done it for so long a time that we have convinced ourselves that we are. So that the noise that goes on within us of limitation drowns out the highest of these silent teachings that are being sent to us all the time. So the way to receive this greatest of all teachings is to get quiet. When we get quiet, we begin to feel this highest of teachings. We begin to feel what we call higher, more peaceful, happier. We get a feeling of well-being. All our problems disappear. And most of us don't recognize that we are being supported by the great ones every time we move in that direction. Once we experience an assist from a master, we should be convinced of what happened. Very often we get an assist and we think it's accidental.